and on load shedding.
In the second announcement, Madam First Deputy Speaker did recognize the presence in the public gallery of visitors from China Jiangxi Corporation for International Economic and Technical Corporation, Zambia Limited in Lusaka District, and on behalf of the National Assembly of Zambia, Madam Speaker did welcome the visitors to the National Assembly.
Thereafter, there was another announcement, and this announcement was made by Mr. Second Deputy Speaker, where he reminded the House that earlier on in the day, when the House was about to consider question number 190 on the order paper, the First Deputy Speaker directed that the question should lapse due to the absence of the member asking the question in accordance with Standing Order 85. However, Mr. Second Deputy Speaker informed the House that it had been brought to his attention that the question should not have lapsed as the member was in the chamber.
In this regard, he directed that the question be restored in the order paper, and that in accordance with the Standing Order 61(1) and 190 should be considered after the House completed consideration question 199.
Exactly, Joe. Thereafter, the House went on to consider urgent matter without notice, and the following urgent matter without notice, Understanding Order 142, was raised. This matter did come from Mr. Binwa Umpundu, who is Ghana Member of Parliament, and his subject matter was on the alleged threatening of citizens' freedom of speech by the Zambia police spokesperson. This matter was inadmissible.
Thereafter, we had two ministerial statements, and the first one, the Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security, made a statement on the prevalence of thefts from motor vehicles at Kafue roundabout in Lusaka, following a directive by Madam First Deputy Speaker, resulting from urgent matter of public importance raised by Mr. George, who is a Member of Parliament for Ron constituency, on 13th February 2025. The Minister briefed the House on the measures being taken to curb the vice.
After the consideration of the first ministerial statement, we had the Minister of Health, who made a statement on the cholera situation in the country and briefed the House on the measures being taken to curb the spread and mitigate the impact of the outbreak.
Thereafter, the House did consider a question for oral answer number 189, Understanding Order 82, and also the House did consider questions for oral answers 191, 195 to 199, Understanding Order 80.
And question for oral answer number 196, Understanding Order 80. The member standing in his place withdrew the question. Thereafter, the House noted a question for written answer number W2, Understanding Order 81, and the reply was accordingly recorded in the daily parliamentary debates.
And at the time business was interrupted on Friday, the House was considering question 190, Understanding Order 80, and the Minister of Green Economy and Environment was about to respond to a question.
And so the House did adjourn accordingly at 12:55 hours. We do expect a resumption of question 190 today when business resumes. We now shift our attention to today's order paper. Today, Tuesday, 18th February 2025. We do expect some announcements. We also expect the House to consider some urgent matters without notice, if there be any, and we expect two ministerial statements to be rendered on the floor of the House, and we expect the House to consider 7 questions for oral answer, Understanding Order 80. Joe, we take a look at the ministerial statements that will be delivered.
Yes, so we expect the Minister of Energy to render a ministerial statement on the electricity situation in the country, and also the Minister of Water Development and Sanitation to render a ministerial statement on the pollution of water bodies caused by illegal miners in the country.
And now we take a look at the questions for oral answer, Understanding Order 80, that we expect the House to consider today. We do expect question number 200 to come from Mr. Francis Kapianga, who is Mpika Member of Parliament, and his question will be directed to the Minister of Tourism. He wants to know in A, whether the government has any plans to turn the House for the father of the 5th Republican President of Zambia, Mr. Michael Chilufya-Sata, in Chitulika Village, Mpika District, into a National Heritage Site? In B, if so, when the plans will be implemented? And in C, he wants to know if there are no such plans, why?
And Mr. Remember Mutare, Chitambo constituency member of parliament, is expected to ask a question to the vice president. He wants to find out whether the government has conducted a survey to ascertain the hunger situation in Chitambo district as of June 2024. And in B, if so, what the findings of the survey were. C, how much relief food had been distributed in the district as of June 2024, and D, how many households received the relief food as of the same period, and last, if no relief food was distributed, he wants to find out the reasons.
And question 202 is expected to be asked by Ms. Marjorie Nakaponda, who is a Soka Member of Parliament, and her question will be directed to the Minister of Energy. She wants to know in A, whether the government has any plans to construct a hydropower plant at Nansala Falls in Miska District. In B, if so, when the plans will be implemented, and in C, if there are no such plans, why?
The Minister of Technology and to respond to a question to be raised by Dr. Clement Andeleki, who is Katombora constituency member of parliament. He wants to find out when the construction of communication towers in Katombora parliamentary constituency will commence. In B, what the cause of the delay in commencing the project is, and C, what the estimated cost of the project is.
4 is expected Ms. Melesiana Piri, who is Milanzi Member of Parliament, and the question will be directed to the Minister of Water Development and Sanitation. He wants to know in A, whether the government has any plans to construct water reticulation systems in the following areas in Milanzi Parliamentary Constituency: Mbinga, Kambora Changada, Mzime, Katumba Village, Simon, Chilembe, Kakomba, Chamiwara, Kapepe, and Kolowa. In B, she wants to know if so, when the plans will be implemented, and in C, if there are no such plans, why?
And the Minister of Agriculture is expected to respond to a question to be asked by Mr. Chinga Mioto, who is a Karamo Central Member of Parliament. He wants to find out in A, what the major causes of crop failure in Kalabo district is, and in B, what measures the government is taking to encourage small-scale farmers to grow drought-resistant crops.
And we also have question number 206, which is expected to be asked by Mr. Warren Mwamba, who is a Member of Parliament, directed to the Minister of Energy. He wants to know in A, when the government will electrify the following areas in Bwanamkubwa Parliamentary Constituency: Mitalula, Kamafesa, Kwamsonda, and Kwahop. In B, he wants to know what the estimated cost of the project is, and in C, he wants to know what the estimated time frame for the completion of the project is. And so those are the questions for oral answer understanding order 80 that we expect the House to consider. And just now, Joe, we are able to see members of Parliament getting ready as they are with Madam Speaker's procession to make its way into the chamber. And earlier on, we did mention when we were presenting our votes and proceedings that we expect resumption of consideration on question number 190. That's question for oral answer understanding order 80. This is a question of 14th February 2025, and this question was asked by Ms. Sivongile Mwamba, who is Kasama Central Member of Parliament. It was directed to the Minister of Green Economy and Environment. She wanted to know in measures are being taken to implement the ban on charcoal production countrywide.
Yes, indeed. So that's question 190. And in this, we want to find out what awareness programs are in place to sensitize the public on the ban and the implications of charcoal production to the environment, and see what sustainable and affordable alternatives to charcoal are being promoted, especially in rural areas where people are highly dependent on charcoal.
Exactly, Joe. And in case viewers out there would like to access the audio paper, they can go to www.parliament.gov.za. Either way, they can also follow the parliamentary proceedings on the streamer on the National Assembly of Zambia website.
And also, they should also follow the proceedings on Parliamentary Radio. We have various frequencies. For those in Lusaka, you can tune in to 92.5 FM under the surrounding areas. You'll be able to follow the proceedings right here at the Parliamentary buildings.
And so, just in case you just joined us, we do expect the House to consider 2 ministerial statements and 7 questions for oral answer under Standing Order 80.
Honorable members of Parliament, Madam Speaker.
Land of wealth and joy in unity, victors in the struggle for our rights. We want freedom side, oh, and strong and free. Africa is our own motherland, passion with and led by those who learn. Let us all our people join as one, brothers under the sun, oh, one, strong and free. One land and one nation is our cry, dignity and peace in Zambia's sky, like a noble eagle in its flight. Zambia, praise to thee, oh, one, strong and free. Praise be to God, praise be, bless our great Zambia, remain with stand under the flag of our life. Zambia, praise to thee, oh, one, strong and free.
Prayer. Almighty God, who in your infinite wisdom and providential goodness has appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of the people, we beseech you to consider with your abundant favor us, your servants, who whom you have been pleased to call to the performance of such important responsibilities in this land. Let your blessing descend upon us here in Parliament assembled, and grant that we may, as in your presence, treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation, in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country, and of those whose interests you have committed to our charge. Amen. Order. Honorable members, I have one announcement. The announcement is that, honorable members, I wish to inform the House that the Honorable Minister of Education was supposed to present a ministerial statement on the new education curriculum today, 18th February 2025. However, will be presented on Thursday, 20th February 2025. In the same vein, I wish to inform the House that the Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation was expected to issue a ministerial statement on the suspension of aid through the USA. The executive has indicated that they are still carrying out consultations on the matter and will revert to the House in due course once the consultations are completed. I thank you. Urgent matters without notice, I see none. Oh, okay. I'm sure we have, the system is open now. And I see none, so we make progress. Okay. Can we have those matters, urgent matters without notice? IT, what is the problem? It's manual. Oh, I understand we have gone manual. Hey, there are so many surprises here. How do I know now? Previously, have faith in yours truly. So don't worry, we will soon be rejoicing. So we leave it at that. Now let's go back to business. Let's go back to business, otherwise I also have the power to stop the process. No, but rest assured it will be done. It's still not working. Okay, if there is anyone who wants to indicate, they can stand up and we will. Honorable Member for Kasama Central.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and welcome back. It's good to see you back in the House. My urgent matter without notice is directed to the Minister of Health or the Vice President. Madam Speaker, it has been noted, and this is also in public domain, that most clinics or health facilities have low stock of ARVs for lines 2 and 3. ART therapy, thereby it's putting the lives of our loved ones who are on ART in further danger. Madam Speaker, some people have had to travel all the way from Kasama to come to UTH hoping to access the ARTs, but then they've only been given the children's dosage for 1 or 2 weeks. Madam Speaker, what is the government's position on ARVs at the moment, especially that the United States of America has currently suspended financing the health sector? I submit, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much. From the announcement that I just made now, there is supposed to be a ministerial statement that the Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation was supposed to make concerning this a matter of similar nature. I know this is on ARVs, TB and what. It's either you are affected or you are infected. We are all, so everybody wants to know the position. So I would urge the Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs to hasten the consultation so that they can come back and give a ministerial statement, because the people of Zambia want to know what the position is. We need to see what alternatives can be taken. So I think we'll leave it for now until the Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs comes back with a ministerial statement. Okay. Honorable Member for, now I've been forgotten the constituencies. Rubasenshi.
Thank you so much, Speaker. And the thank you, Madam. Thank you. Speaker. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
May we allow the Honorable Member for Rubasenshi to make his point?
Okay, so thank you so much, Madam Speaker. The urgent matter that I'm raising is directed to the Minister of Local Government on the issue of CDF ambulances. Madam Speaker, you may be aware that we saw some video that were circulating that CDF ambulances started arriving in the country, and would like the Minister of Local Government to share with us how far he has gone, so that our people in our constituencies can help out to start seeing these ambulances and appreciate even the services. I submit, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
All the honorable members, I'm sure we all gathered here to do so, to transact some business. So if we make noise, we will not be able to understand what is happening. And also, even if you are saying welcome back, and then this is how you are going to welcome me. No, but remember, I have the power to delay favor. So the Honorable Member for Rubasenshi can put in a question. I know that is a matter that was discussed in the earlier sitting, but maybe you can just put in a question which can be presented to the Honorable Minister of Local Government to give an update on that issue of ambulances. The Honorable Member for Nyimba.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Welcome back. The matter of urgency without notice goes to the Minister of Finance. Since he's not in the House, it goes to the Leader of Government Business, the Vice President. If my memory serves me well, Madam Speaker, last year we tackled the issue of procurement in this House. And if I remember, there was a reduction of a procurement process in that bill from 28 days to 14 days. Madam Speaker, the purpose of us having money sent to our districts and constituencies is to see to it that projects are moving as quick as possible for the benefit of our people in this country. Now, what has been happening is that we are still dealing with the 28 days procurement. Was that not implemented? Was the circus, especially to a party Zambia?
Member for Nyimba, that you put in a question. Make some clarifications on that. Thank you very much. We have members to ask on matters of urgent matters. Honorable Minister of Energy. Minister of Energy.
Thank you, Madam. I wish to take this opportunity the situation in the measures being implemented, the electricity supply on the Zambian economy. As you know, the year was very saw the disruption in the lives of people. We are currently and balloons have been populated. Two thousand 2,800 megawatts. Amounting to 269 megawatts. Attributable gradual increase of the water levels in major river basins. Further, the country is importing an 100 megawatts of electricity from South African power pool. Madam Speaker, electricity topical. Context, despite contractual obligation, began to gradually reduce megawatts to 150 megawatts. As of February, you may wish at the higher downpour of rain from late December 2024 to date. While this is exciting, the impact on the power generation is still minimal. We should be able to see significant impact in our water reservoirs in the next 2 to 3 months. To date, the following reservoirs. 16% compared to 48% around the same period last year. 2. Kafiwe Go is currently 8% compared to 43% around the same period last year. Is currently at 6% compared to 16% around the same last year. The 3 scenarios clearly the good rainfall the usable generation still below the average. Madam Speaker, the board on the 10th of October 2024 approved the ZESCO Limited's application on emergency tariff adjustment. Utility expected United States to support importation of deficit. The emergency tariff was a minimum of 7 hours per hour. The emergency tariff was paid for 3 months, February 25, April 2025, owing to the growing power deficit. I am aware that in some power supply has gone below the approved minimum of 7 hours. This is mainly attributed to the following. 1. Inadequate transmission capacity to wheel power from the neighboring countries. 2. Delayed restoration is sometimes of controls, and that is equipment failure time of restoration, fault, vandalism installation during the time of the circuit is out on the load management. Madam Speaker, it remains and is prudent contract Parliament for Nakonde that the collection from electricity tariffs have been mismanaged. Despite the increase in the electricity tariffs, it was unable to raise the target revenue of 15 million United States dollar monthly. Instead, ZESCO only managed to raise million and 2.7 million in November and December 2024 respectively. The utility did not meet the target revenue because it did not sell the desired quantum of energy on account of the following: a time lag between meter reading and billing for a postpaid customers. For instance, the November bill were only billed for in December 2024. The bulk purchase of prepaid units. A number of prepaid customers bought units in bulk prior to 1st November 2024 in order to avoid tariffs. As such, the utility did not realize adequate revenue. I would like to outline some of the measures that we are pursuing in the short to medium term. 1. We will continue with the power importation from the Southern African power pool market. 2. Implementation of the net metering policy. And 3. Expedite the completion of Chisamba 100 megawatts solar power by May 2025. Expedite the development of Kanona Madam Speaker, we are expediting the development of Kanona 25 megawatt solar power by April 2025. Madam Speaker, development of Mansa 50 megawatt solar power, that is in Luapula province, by the end of 2025. 5 megawatts by 60 sites, which brings the total of 300 megawatts micro generation projects are expected to be developed and commissioned by the end of 2025. 300 Mamba Phase 2 project special operations end of 2026. On site, and we expect the first 150 megawatts in the 2026 and the last 50 megawatts in December 2020. At this moment, is the Lord lives. And the difficult Zambia never be to ensure the level Gambians.
Thank you. Honorable members are now free to ask questions on point of clarification on the ministerial statement presented by the Honorable Minister of Energy. The Honorable Member for Solwezi East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, thank you for that ministerial statement. Minister, one of the effects that has come as a result of this load shedding is the issue of increased teen pregnancies, early marriages, and increase in STIs, HIV transmission. Honorable Minister, among the measures that you have highlighted, I've not seen you highlight any measure to collaborate with the Minister of Health on how you are going to address the increase in HIV transmission, STIs, teen pregnancies, and early marriages. Will you just clarify if there is any collaboration on that? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
All the honorable members, I don't know how the Honorable Minister of Energy is going to discuss early marriages. Or the Honorable Minister of Energy.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you very much, Honorable Member. I know this is government. If you are with aspect on how we can support our health centers, we are collaborating with the Ministry of Health, being one government, and we are helps our facilities in the health sector to be provided with power. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Nyimbo.
Madam Speaker, this is 1 year down with power deficit in our country, and the Minister has just given us 2 solutions out of many we need to have as a country. Some and Mansa, which will just add up about 50 or so, and still we are going to have more without energy. Minister, as of today, are you in a position to tell the nation how many solar or windmill or these other alternative power sources you have embarked on as a ministry other than the hydro power system? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Energy.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Honorable Member. Madam Speaker, this government is committed to make sure that we are not only on the hydro power, but also to explore other renewable energy or generation mix. Madam Speaker, even in my statement, I did mention some of the solar power plants that we are likely to commission by April, by May, which is going to supplement our hydro generation power. So there are a number of solar power plants that are being constructed across the country, many of them. And I did mention Chisamba because we are about to commission these solar plants. So other generation mix, a number of them that are in the pipeline. Power purchase agreements have been signed. Even today, Madam Speaker, I was signing a power purchase agreement with Kiona to allow IPSs to come on board to start developing. in the capacity of being the minister in charge.
Honorable members,
Honorable member, issues to address other sources of energies are in the pipeline, and there's work in progress. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
thank you. Honorable members, let's avoid debating while seated or asking questions before you are called upon to ask a question. In other words, I'm requesting that we maintain order and some dignity in the House. The Honorable Member for Nakonde.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. Minister of Load Shedding, you stated that will continue with the power importation.
Order, Honorable Member for Nakonde. Before we have several points of order. Honorable Member for Nakonde, I don't know if there is a ministry called the Ministry of Load Shedding. Can you address the Honorable Minister in his recognized capacity and position?
The Minister of Energy, where load shedding is rampant. Madam Speaker, the Minister has stated that the purpose of this emergency tariff was to cushion power to the Zambian people so that they can be receiving 7 hours of power. Today, Madam Speaker, even after that emergency tariff.
Sorry, order, Honorable Member for Nakonde. There is a point of order directly behind you. Honorable Member for Shiwangandu, what's the point of order?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for allowing me to raise this point of order pursuant to Standing Order 71, 1B. Madam Speaker, the Honourable Minister responsible for energy with question. He has stated and informed this August House that today, as he is trying to expand the road shedding, he was signing a power purchase agreement for the purpose of the record, Madam Speaker. We know that the matter of signing contracts and obligations such as power purchase agreements are for the power utility company, which has got a full-fledged board, and to some extent the Minister of Finance. Is in order, Madam Speaker, to stand on the floor and share with the whole nation that he is abusing his authority to do work which is not supposed to be done by him as Minister of the Minister of Energy. I think maybe his predecessor is nearby there. Is in order, Madam Speaker. We want the record to be corrected, and so that we can see how to follow up on this matter. I thank you.
That's a point of order disguised as a question disguised as a point of order. Maybe the Honorable Minister will give him an opportunity to explain what he meant when he said he was signing the power purchase agreement. The Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I know the Honorable Member is just trying to make sure that he just participates on this ministerial statement. The point, Madam Speaker, is that I'm in charge of Ministry of Energy, and I was witnessing the signing. I'm part and parcel. I'm part and parcel of what is happening. I'm in charge. We have signed as a Minister of Energy.
Thank you very much. Anything done on behalf of the Minister is done by him. So that's the clarification. We make progress. The Honorable Member for Nakonde, can you proceed?
Madam Speaker, I was stating that
the purpose of this emergency tariff was to cushion power to the Zambian people so that they can be receiving power for 7 hours. Today, Zambians are subjected to be receiving power less than 1 hour others. Minister, why have you continued to correct emergency tariff even after what you promised you haven't achieved to the Zambian people? Madam Speaker, I thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Energy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Member. First of all, Madam Speaker, I have stated in my ministerial statement that the projection by ZESCO to raise the revenue so that we continue importing this power to supply to our citizens, we did not achieve it. We did not realize it. Reason being that the ZESCO could not manage to sell or to sell this power. And the reason why we came up with an emergency tariffs is to make sure that we support ZESCO in terms of resources so that we are able to import this power. We didn't realize the targeted budget of 15 million. That's what I've stated in my ministerial statement. We collected less. Then how do you expect ZESCO to continue importing that power we are talking about? This is the more reason why we still feel we should continue if we can collect and raise the targeted revenue in order to support the imports that we are talking about, Madam Speaker. I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Serenge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Minister. You talked of, I think, if I'm not mistaken, about 133 megawatts that you will be importing and the 150 megawatts that ZESCO is exporting. I just wanted the clarification. Which is higher in terms of tariff? Is it the export or the import power, or is it at par? So that we can at least know why ZESCO probably is making a loss or is gaining. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Energy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Member. Madam Speaker, the tariffs that I mentioned that they are quite high are the ones we are exporting. The domestic ones are lower, which helps to supplement the ZESCO lifeline. There are a number of debts ZESCO are facing. So by maintaining those contractual obligations helps the ZESCO to survive. I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Sesheke.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Minister, while the country and the people of Sesheke note the interventions that you are putting in place.
Order, Honorable Member for Sesheke. There is a point of order from the Honorable Member for... I forgot which constituency. Yes, Honorable Member, proceed. Chipili, yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, is the Honorable Member, Minister of Energy in order not to answer the question? If it was not clear for him, he would have asked. The Honorable Member here was trying to find out the difference, import and export, because Zambia is importing power on what tariffs? And again, exporting power on what tariffs? So we want to know whether we are making something out of what we are doing. Yes, cost, yes. That's what we want. Thank you. Thank you. Yes.
Order, honorable members. That's not a point of order, honorable member. It's a follow-up question. So you can ask it as a follow-up question. Can we make progress? Honorable member for Sesheke, proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Minister, while the country notes the interventions that you are putting in place, the open access, etc., to ensure that we are kept afloat, would you be candid enough, explicitly clear, Minister, indicate to the nation the balance sheet, as it were, of ZESCO, which is plus minus 23% of the sovereign debt at the point that, at the time that this administration came into power, and what we've done so far to ensure that the balance sheet of ZESCO remains bankability. Minister.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Energy, I don't know if you got the question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Member. The balance sheet for ZESCO, which we inherited this government, was terrible. It was standing at 1.8 billion United States dollars. And as we are talking now, currently, with the efforts this administration has put in place to support ZESCO, currently we are standing now at 390 million United States dollars.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Kantanshi.
Madam Speaker, let me join the members of Parliament who have welcomed you. It's nice to see you in the new year. Madam Speaker, the statement by the Minister were well elaborated, but very worrying and also very interesting, because the speech today was supposed to assure, especially some of us coming from the Copper Belt like Kantanshi, who are receiving only power for 2 hours, and we're getting under so much immense pressure. I don't know where our constituents are expecting us to get the power they are looking for. However, I am happy that the Minister has also identified the fact that, yes, businesses have been disturbed in terms of resources that they will generate. But I wanted to find out, considering, Honorable Minister, that the anticipated amounts of money that would have come from this emergency power tariff clearly are not in any way showing signs of improvement. What is your ministry considering to do in the short term, just like you have implemented these emergency tariffs, in the short term for areas like ours, where our people have continued to receive power for less than 2 hours. Sometimes even 2 days passes without power. What is your ministry doing for, or planning to do for, such areas as we continue to see the water rising and the investments that you have talked about? Our people are demanding for some form of solution. What is your ministry thinking? Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Energy.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you very much, Honorable Member. Madam Speaker, what we are doing as a ministry, as government, is what I stated in the short-term measures. One of them have clearly stated that we are commissioning solar power plants, such as Chisamba, very soon, in April. It will increase because it will be generating 100 megawatts. And also, I've stated that in 2 months, the water levels will also support. Our power generation will not be the same. Slowly, we are getting there. So, I can clearly give you confidence, Honorable Member, that in 2 months things will not be the same. We are likely to increase on the hours to supply our citizens. Measures are being put in place. We are not just seated. This is a very serious government and committed to address the challenges our people are facing. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Nalolo.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and we indeed welcome you. Honorable Minister of Energy, I'd like to thank you for your ministerial statement, and I sympathize with you on how you want to raise that money when we have few hours of power. I don't know what mathematics is at play, because if you have few hours of power and you increase the tariff, we may still not raise that money. Madam Speaker, energy in this country, in terms of the rates of ZESCO, have not been cost reflective for many years, therefore making it unattractive to invest in energy in Zambia. I want to find out from the Honorable Minister of Energy if the current tariffs are cost reflective, as we are not aware of any cost of service study that has recently been undertaken by ZESCO. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Energy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Member. Madam Speaker, there's a lot that we are learning from the emergency tariff that was approved. So these are some of the measures government gradually are putting in place to make sure that ZESCO becomes a viable utility. And these are the measures government is putting in place. So the Honorable Member of Nalolo must be rest assured that we are keeping on looking at these tariffs where we are able to support ZESCO, that they are able to stand on their own in relation to the tariffs. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Chinsali.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister of Energy, I would like to seek a clarification. In your statement, you indicated that the amount that we were targeting to raise from the emergency tariffs was $15 million. But we only managed to raise something like 2.5 thereabout. Now, I would like to find out the reasons that you are attributing to the ZESCO's failure to raise the money that they said they were going to raise based on their projections. And we introduced the emergency tariffs, which we started charging people, and people started paying, but we still managed to fail to raise the money that they said they were going to raise. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Energy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Member. Madam Speaker, in my statement, I did state the reasons why we failed to raise the intended amount. The projections are one of those reasons. I said, one, it was bulk purchase of the prepaid units by customers prior to the implementation of emergency tariffs. That's what I said. Yeah. And also, I said a time lag between meter reading and billing for post-paid customers is one of the reasons why we didn't realize the targeted or projected amount monthly. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Chairman North.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Minister, for that ministerial statement. According to the hydrological data which you have given to this August House, about the water levels in the Kafue and Zambezi river basins. It gives a very worrying trend. Honorable Minister, you have admitted in the ministerial statement that we don't have adequate infrastructure to import electricity. So I want to find out what is the progress on the construction of the Zambia-Tanzania interconnector so that we are able to bring in power from East African power pool. I thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Energy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Member. Madam Speaker, work is in progress. We have advanced, and these are measures which we are classified as long-term measures. Right. And the Zambia-Tanzania-Kenya interconnector work is in progress. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Kalulushi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Minister, thank you for the ministerial statement. Minister, in your statement you said that you are very sorry for the misery that ZESCO has caused to the Zambian people. I'll narrow it to my constituency. Minister, the people of Kalulushi are suffering. It's a blackout every now and then. And the people that you had said sorry to, majority are my constituents who own saloons, that's their livelihood, the welding. And they are really suffering. As if that is not enough, Minister, when it's 20 hours, there's a blackout. As if the blackout is not enough, we are given carbon dioxide. Center. So we are suffering twofold, center and the blackout. Minister, your sorry is not enough. The misery that ZESCO has caused to the people of Kalulushi, the loss of business, the suffering that has been caused, the poverty in particular. What are you going to do about it? Because sorry is not enough. Sorry will not bring back their businesses. Sorry will not bring the food back. Minister, I want you to assure the people of Kalulushi, and in particular, there's people in central Kalulushi who are using this electricity you are giving them for 2 hours. That sorry is not enough. What are you going to do as a government? Because one of the conditions of government is to take care of its own. What are you going to do? Because sorry is not enough. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Oh, the honorable members, as we ask questions, let's not debate. The Honorable Minister of Energy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Member. I'm sure the Honorable Member was not listening very carefully. Madam Speaker, I have stated that the measures this government is putting in place in the shorter term is by making sure that Chisamba is commissioned, which is going to add 100 megawatts. Those are the reasons those are the measures this government is putting in place to respond to our citizens. Not only the people of Kalulushi, Madam Speaker, the entire nation, this government is committed to put measures that are going to address the challenges people are going through. This is what I've said in my ministerial statement, Madam Speaker. The honorable member must get the real information and help also to sensitize this information to our citizens. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
There is a lot of talking. In the process, we can't even hear the answers. Let's reduce on the chatting, please. The honorable member for Mpika.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, there are a lot of investors who would want to invest in the electricity generation. In Mpika, I have managed to mobilize more than 5 investors, others in hydro, wind, and solar. However, the bottlenecks in signing power purchase agreements with ZESCO and other bureaucracies have hindered the process. Instead of asking the instead of asking the Zambian people to pay high electricity tariffs, why don't you deal with the issue of the bottlenecks, like the 2-year feasibility study and all those, so that you accelerate the investment in the electricity generation sector? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Energy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Member. Madam Speaker, this government is a very serious government, like I have stated. This government has gone ahead to bring reforms in the sector that has seen private sector participation increasing. As we are talking, Madam Speaker, I don't know what the Honorable Member was asking. There are a number of PPAs that we have signed. The process is just done in a very short period. This is what we have done. We have streamlined all these processes just in hours, Madam Speaker. Today, even when a private sector is looking for a license from ERB, it takes just 48 hours to process the license. So what bureaucracy is he talking about? Those bureaucracies were happening in the past, not currently. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Member from PIC, I have not called upon you. The idea of a point of order is not to argue with the answer that has been provided, so we make progress. The Honorable Member for Lunte.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, I took note of when you said in your ministerial statement that the export of power is topical. And indeed, it has been topical since the Namibians' visit to our Honorable the Vice President. Honorable Minister, I also observed that the export continue. Now, it was your social contract with the Zambian people to provide uninterrupted power supply to them. Which contract does your UPND government consider more important between the social contract that you had to provide an uninterrupted power supply to the Zambian people and those exports which you have continued to supply as a result of contracts? Thank you, Madam.
I assume the Honorable Member for Lunte is part of government, so I don't know what it means when he says UPND government. We are all part and parcel of government. There is the executive, the legislature, and the judiciary. The Honorable Member for Lunte is a member of government by virtue of being a member of the legislature. The Honorable Minister of Energy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, the Honorable Member for Lunte. The Honorable Member for Lunte must be the least to speak because he knows how they left, in the shape they left ZESCO. Madam Speaker, we respect the social contract that we signed with the people of Zambia. The social contract that we signed with the people of Zambia remains our priority. Hence, Madam Speaker, we are putting measures in place to make sure that ZESCO is able to provide these services to the people. That's how we are respecting the social contract that we have with the people of Zambia. This is the more reason, Madam Speaker, we have put all these measures in place. And we have said, Madam Speaker, that we have reduced our exports from 520 to 250 megawatts.
Honorable Minister, sorry to interrupt. Honorable Member for Kalurushi. Please restrain yourself. You've been given an opportunity to ask, and you ask your question, so don't ask while you are seated. I know it's interesting to shout and to do what, but let's restrain ourselves. May the Honorable Minister continue.
Yes, Madam Speaker. I was just saying that people should see how we regard the people of Zambia as a priority in terms of service delivery. We were exporting 520 megawatts. Because of the challenges that we are going through, despite the fact that these are contractual obligations, we were able to negotiate and lower the exports from 520 to 150. That's how we value our people. So what else do you want to see? Also, we have gone further to put measures in place to make sure that the deficit that the country is facing is addressed to. So where is your problem? You must be the least, some of you, to be asking some of these questions. Because if I open a Pandora box here, you say I'm trying to politicize. I'm trying to restrain myself to make sure that I respond to you accordingly. Politically, you messed up this ZESCO we are talking about today. Thank you.
Oh, the Honorable Member for Lunte, you may take your seat, please. Otherwise, you won't get the mangoes. Let's make progress. I have also permitted all the Honorable Members, I have also permitted the Honorable Minister of Water Development and Sanitation to present a ministerial statement. The Honorable Minister of Water Development and Sanitation.
Madam Speaker, I would like to thank you most sincerely for giving me this opportunity to address the House and the nation at large on the pollution of water bodies caused by illegal mining activities in the country. The ministerial statement is in response to the Parliamentary Planning Committee resolution of Tuesday, 28 January 2025. Madam Speaker, allow me first to put context to the description of illegal miners for the purpose of providing clarity. For the purposes of this statement, illegal miners could be described as individuals or groupings who are engaged in mining activities without obtaining the necessary licenses or permits from the Ministry of Mines and other regulatory bodies such as WAMA and ZEMA. Illegal miners are mostly small scale. They are informal. They have no fixed abode and operate outside regulatory control. Madam Speaker, I seek to deliver this ministerial statement by providing brief details on the affected water bodies as a result of mining activities and the salient legal provisions relating to the protection of water bodies from pollution. I'll close my statement by highlighting the measures my ministry is taking to stop the scourge of pollution through illegal mining. Madam Speaker, in the recent past, the country has seen a rise in illegal mining activities in mineral-rich parts of the country. Unfortunately, these illegal mining activities have the potential to have negative effects on water resources. This is a major concern, particularly in northwestern, Copperbelt, Wapula, and central provinces. The illegal mining activities in these provinces and other parts of the country have contributed to the pollution of water sources. Contaminated waste from these illegal mining-related activities is often discharged directly into water bodies, thus compromising the sources of water supply locally as well as causing environmental degradation. Madam Speaker, let me take this opportunity to provide brief details on some of the water pollution incidences that have occurred in the recent past from illegal mining-related activities. Allow me to begin with the northwestern province, which has in the recent past seen a rise in these activities. For example, in Kasempa district of northwestern province, there has been a surge in illegal gold mining activities which cause pollution of the Dengwe and Lufupa rivers through the washing of gold-bearing earth materials in the water bodies and has affected water quality in the district. Investigations by WAMA on the Kasempa water pollution incident indicated that perpetrators were members of the public seeking gold fortunes through illegal mining. Madam Speaker, illegal mining activities have not spared Mwilunga district, where the quality of water in the Mudanyama River, a tributary of the Rongo River, has been affected by illegal gold miners. Other notable rivers affected by pollution from illegal mining activities in northwestern province is the Kafungula River in Solwezi district. In Muchinga province, illegal gold mining activities in Chitamba area of Mpika district have been polluting the Kanchifia River and its tributaries. In central province, Changwena, Musofu and Chibefwe rivers in Mkushi district and Momboshi River in Samba district have also suffered from pollution as a result of illegal mining activities. On the Copper Belt, the situation is similar to what has happened to some sections of the Kafue River in the province. For instance, you may wish to note that in Chingola district, sources of water have been polluted by illegal copper miners. Madam Speaker, recently there was a pollution incident by the Mumbula Copper Project in Chingola where the Chibanyama stream was polluted due to the collapse of the tailing storage facility. The incidents resulted in residents having challenges accessing quality water supply for domestic use. My ministry through WAMA, in collaboration with the Ministry of Green Economy through ZEMA, acted to ensure that the pollution incident was mitigated and necessary remedial actions taken. On the Copper Belt province, mines such as Konkola Copper Mines, Mopani, NFC, Ronzing Investments, Sinometo Zambia Limited have at times occasioned pollution of water sources, and compliance enforcement has continued to be conducted by WAMA in order to stop pollution of our water resources. These big mines on the Copper Belt have contributed to the pollution of the Kafue and Mwambashi rivers, as well as Itimpi and Mwatishi streams. Madam Speaker, Mukushi and Serenje district in Central Province are other hotspot areas where registered manganese mining companies have often polluted water resources. For instance, Dangzing Mining, Melaki Mining, Amafero, and Injing Mining companies have all been investigated and penalized by WAMA for offenses involving pollution of water sources in the area. Some companies were even ordered to cease mining operations in order to implement remedial measures to prevent water resources from being polluted. Madam Speaker, WAMA and ZEMA have managed to stop mining houses which have polluted water bodies. They have meted out penalties and remedial measures taken to stop further pollution. Further, WAMA will continue conducting compliance and enforcement inspections even to legally register and licensing mines, because there's a challenge of water pollution even by these formally and legally registered mines. Madam Speaker, what are the legal provisions on the protection of water bodies from pollution? Section 47(2) of the Water Resources Management Act number 21 of 2011 has mandated WAMA to monitor the resource quality and control the pollution of any water source. Further, this House may wish to note that Section 48 of the WAMA Act number 21 of 2011 has made direct or indirect discharge of any organic or inorganic pollutant into any water body a strict liability offense, and offenders are punishable by law with a fine not exceeding 100,000 penny units or 40,000 kwacha or 1 year imprisonment or both. Further, Section 163, as read with Section 173 of the WAMA Act, illegal abstraction of water for washing minerals attracts a penalty of 500,000 penalty units or 200,000 kwacha, or imprisonment for a term not exceeding 5 years or both. WAMA's role, Madam Speaker, in abating pollution of water sources is complemented by provisions of Section 32 of the Environmental Management Act, number 12 of 2011, which provides that a person shall not, without a license, discharge, cause or permit the discharge of a contaminant or pollutant into the environment if that discharge causes or is likely to cause an adverse effect. The IMA has provided that offences of this nature shall attract, upon conviction, a fine not exceeding 700,000 penalty units or imprisonment for a period of 7 years or both. The fine under the IMA translates into 280,000 kwacha. Madam Speaker, the law is very clear regarding the consequences and penalties of water pollution emanating from mining. However, the illegality continues with impunity. What do? Certain measures that have been undertaken by ministry in response to the rising cases of water pollution, my ministry has implemented and will continue to implement several measures to curb this challenge. Number one, enforcement of the WAMA and EMA Acts. Provisions of the WAMA and EMA Acts will now be very, very strictly enforced going forward. We will strengthen compliance monitoring measures to prevent would-be offenders as well as to penalize offenders. We will review the legal framework. A review of the Water Resources Management Act number 21 of 2011 is underway to enhance provisions related to water pollution and increase penalties for violations from the current 100,000 penalty units, which is 40,000 kwacha, or 1 year imprisonment, to above 700,000 penalty units, translating into 280,000 kwacha, or a maximum of 7 years imprisonment or both, which we believe will deter would-be offenders. We will continue mapping and delineating of water resource areas. WAMA has been mapping and delineating water resources areas, including hotspot areas with a high risk of pollution from illegal mining activities in the country. This is meant to enhance the protection status of important and strategic water resources, such as sources of water supply for commercial water utilities. We will develop a water quality information management system to facilitate data storage, data analysis, and reporting on water quality to support evidence-based policy making. We will strengthen the regulatory institutions such as WAMA through increased funding to enable such institutions to engage adequate inspectors and invest in modern and innovative technologies for monitoring pollution and effective compliance and enforcement. The ministry has enhanced public awareness and stakeholder engagement on aspects of water stewardship, pollution prevention, and water resources protection and preservation. There will be an enhanced interministerial and stakeholder collaboration. We, therefore, will continue to work closely with the Ministry of Mines and Minerals Development, the Ministry of Green Economy and Environment, Defense, Home Affairs and Internal Security, as well as traditional leaders to regulate illegal mining. Madam Speaker, let me reaffirm my ministry's commitment to safeguarding Zambia's water resources from the detrimental impacts of pollution from mining activities. We shall continue to enforce the law and implement measures that ensure access to clean and safe water for all. We therefore call upon this August House and all our citizens to help us realize this vision. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable members are now free to ask questions on points of clarification on the ministerial statement presented by the Honorable Minister of Water Development and Sanitation. The Honorable Member for Lundazi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving a chance to the people of Lundazi to ask this question to the Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, from your statement, it's like illegal mining is a serious outbreak that we have at the moment in this country. In some instances, there has been even reports that Shujilite has depleted. These people are not helping this country at all. Why do you have a laissez-faire kind of approach when dealing with people who are stealing our minerals and also contaminating our water? Why don't you send police the way you send them when you hear opposition are having a riot? Why don't you send? Why are you questioning? Why are you questioning me? I'm not diverting.
Honourable
Madam
Member for Lundazi. Please just ask your question. Don't politicize your question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I've not finished. We are dealing with the issue of pollution of water, not political rallies that are happening. So let's stick to the question. Ask a clear point of clarification that you want to hear from the Honourable Minister of Water Development and Sanitation.
Madam Speaker, these illegal miners do not subscribe to our taxes. They are stealing from innocent Zambians. What serious measures is the government going to put in place to ensure that these thieves are kept? I submit.
Simple. Yeah, thank you very much. The Honourable Minister of Water Development and Sanitation.
Thank you very much for that very important question. I can understand the manner in which it's being asked by the Deputy SG. However, Madam Speaker, we are dealing with the issues of pollution. We are dealing with issues of ensuring that we supply quality water to our people. Time and again, Madam Speaker, the Minister of Mines has come on this floor of this House, first and foremost, to announce policy changes, to present the various laws and regulations on the floor of this House to ensure that mining, first and foremost, is done in a safe manner. Madam Speaker, we have seen the Minister of Home Affairs and Defence come to this House to announce measures which have gone to ensuring that illegal mining comes down. So this government is very, very serious about stopping illegal mining activities. Further, Madam Speaker, the Minister of Mines has announced, has given permits and licenses to various small-scale holders, associations, to ensure that our small-scale miners participate in these mining activities and hence stop illegal mining. So there is no laissez-faire attitude at all. We are serious in ensuring that we empower our people as we utilize these natural resources. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much. The Honourable Member for Kamfinso.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much for the privilege to ask a follow-up question to the Minister of Water. Honourable Minister, the statement you are issuing today is about water pollution by illegal miners in the country. It is very easy to regulate registered mines because you know the mining license starts here and it ends here. So it's very easy to issue penalties and then correct the problem. But for the people you are referring to as illegal miners, these are Zambians, young, old people that want to benefit from the resource. Meaning, we still have to allow them to benefit from the resource that we have as a country, even as we try and correct this problem. My question to you, I know your responsibility is on water, but what level of collaboration is taking place between your ministry and the Ministry of Mines to ensure that the young people that are participating in mining, as much as we are calling them illegal miners, in my view, these are Zambians that want to earn a living. So what are we doing to ensure that, Madam Speaker, they maximize benefits from this resource while ensuring that there is no pollution of our water bodies? For me, the issue is what do we need to do to correct this problem? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honourable Minister of Water Development and Sanitation.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member, for that very, very important question.
Again, time and again, several of the ministers on the floor of this House have pronounced a one government approach. As I speak here, I sit in cabinet where the Minister of Mines presents his ideas on how to effectively empower our people. We sit with the Minister of Green Economy and Environment as well as the Minister of Energy. When we pronounce that we want to increase mineral production in the country, we also include the small-scale miners. Madam Speaker, what we are doing is to ensure that we regularize these mining activities. I agree with you, Honourable Member, that it's very difficult to regulate illegal miners. As I said in my statement, they are of no fixed abode. They are on the move. Some are foreigners. So indeed, it's a daunting task, but it's a task which we believe, working together with everybody here, we should be able to manage. The Minister of Mines, again, has upped its activities in this space. They are registering as many associations as possible. They have also gone on a very good awareness campaign to attract these illegal miners, for them to register, so that obviously we can help them mine safely, so that we can register them. As we register them, so that we can educate them, obviously, on environmental protection, on the EMA Act. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you very much. The Honourable Member for Chembe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving the people of Chembe to ask a question on this subject matter. Honourable Minister, the impact of pollution to human life cannot be overemphasized, not only coming from the mines. What measures have you put in place as a ministry to sensitize the people, communities, and miners the effects of this pollution? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honourable Minister of Water Development and Sanitation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And the Chamber Member of Parliament actually brings up the real issues we are trying to look at here. Madam Speaker, the issue of pollution is worsening in the country. I should add that not only from the illegal miners, but also from the legal miners. A lot of our streams, a lot of our rivers, a lot of our other water sources have been polluted. I clearly stated in my statement that one way we are trying to address the situation is by strictly enforcing the existing laws and regulations, number one. Number two, we are trying to increase the penalties. Currently, the penalty is only 40,000. We want to increase this penalty to 300,000 kwacha. We also want to ensure that the penalties are increased from 1 year to 7 years. We believe that with more strict enforcement, with stricter penalties, would-be offenders will stop polluting our river sources. Madam Speaker, we've also, working with the Minister of Green Economy and Environment, working with the Minister of Mines, we've also we are also going on a very good awareness and advocacy campaign to sensitize first of all, not only the illegal miners, also the legal miners, on the negative effects of pollution on their very health. These pollution is on the rise, effect on the health of our citizens themselves. So the awareness is ongoing. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honourable Member for Nyimbo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, please permit me to tell the Minister. Minister, for me, I don't believe those penalties, increase of penalties, sending police in those areas is a solution to the problem we're having there. You are privileged to head a ministry which implements carbon trading. And you agree with me that the concept of the village concept on those areas has performed wonders. People in the villages understand the red lines, where they can go and where they cannot go. They understand the importance of keeping a tree and the disadvantage of cutting a tree down. This has been successfully done. My constituency is the best example of it all, which you know. Now, Minister, is it not possible that we can pick the same concept into the so-called, in inverted commas, illegal miners, because these are the owners of the minerals we have in this country? Can't we get a village concept and use the same, the way we've used it in the forest, and use it in the mineral sector, where we say this area, we map the area, no one shall enter in this area. You as villagers, whoever will come here should come up with these papers. Failure to that, you, the locals, are going to face the wrath of the government. And this, it's difficult for a villager to get an artisanal license. Madam Speaker, it's so hard to get artisanal license. In my tenure as a member of parliament, I've just facilitated 1 out of 7 needed to get. My people from the village, they can't. So, Minister, why is it so difficult that we can go the village concept, the one you're implementing in your ministry, and see to it that people are not polluting our rivers? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Water Development and Sanitation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for that important question from the Nyimba Member of Parliament. Indeed, the advantages we can get from the village concept, and we will engage you to see how we can actualize those. However, we will also continue in enforcing the existing laws and regulations. We will also increase the penalties. So as I hear you that the penalty, you don't believe in the penalties, I also want to state clearly that the law is in this is law. There's a law, the Water Resources Management Act will punish you if I find you polluting my streams. You will be given a penalty of 280,000 kwacha or jailed for 7 years. I think this message should be very, very clear to those listening to us in the country. There is a law, and if you offend the law, we will arrest you. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Member for Chilubi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving the people of Chilubi an opportunity to ask a question, and welcome back. Madam Speaker, I would like to ask the Minister. He quoted the WAMA Act. You also quoted the ZEMA Act. I wanted to bring to the attention of the Minister, they say prevention is better than cure. I'm sure the Minister is aware that in Section 29 of the EMA Act, you find that it's prohibited for any project to be carried out without the approval of the agency, in this case, which is the ZEMA, referring to the ZEMA. I don't know what's the view of the Minister on the prevention, because he mentioned a lot of rivers that have been polluted by this illegal mining. And he did not mention prevention measures that were taken before they started mining. I rest my case, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Water Development and Sanitation.
Thank you very much to the Chilubi Member of Parliament, and I can clearly see that he may have come late in the House. Compliance monitoring. There will be increased compliance monitoring. Chilubi Member of Parliament, listen to me. There will be increased compliance monitoring. What that means is that any entity, because we're talking about the illegal and the legal, so any entity, particularly the legal miners, who we have registered, who have gotten permits, who have gone through the EIA process, any violations obviously will be checked and discovered through compliance monitoring. So that's the prevention we are looking at. So we will increase compliance monitoring, meaning visits to these industries to see how they are complying with the EMA Act and therefore preventing any violations. But other than that, if we find that you've already offended the law, we will invoke the law and the various penalties in that law. So indeed, yes, prevention is better than cure, and we will go on this path. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Kanchivia.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Allow me to also welcome you to the House and Happy New Year. Turning to the Minister, thank you so much for the statement. One of the rivers affected by this pollution is Kanchibia River, and I take particular interest in that particular river. This is a matter we've raised with Zema. It's a matter we've brought to the attention of WAMA. Honourable Minister, the activities happening at the mining site in Impika, upstream of Kanchibia River, have not only disturbed the livelihood of our people in terms of accessing water from the river, but also what gives them livelihood. Some of them have livestock, some of them are doing farming, etc. And the water, just the coloration of the water, you can tell that there's massive pollution happening to Kanchibia River and its tributaries within the district. What is also of concern is that the site has no hygienic facilities, sanitation facilities. So the pollution is not just about what is coming out from the mining activities, but also human excreta upstream, risking cholera and other diseases downstream for our people. My question then is, this site has also attracted characters of all kinds, of all sorts, including criminal activities. And the people, as I speak, of Umpepo Chiefdom are living in fear because of the rising levels of criminal activities coming from this particular mining site within Impika. What is government doing to, number one, address the security concerns, but also ensure that you halt the operations as they are affecting the lives of our people downstream? Madam Speaker, thank you.
Thank you very much. The Honourable Minister of Water Development and Sanitation.
Thank you for that very, very important question, and I can sympathize with my fellow Member of Parliament for those concerns you have raised, because indeed Kanchibia River has been very badly affected. You will recall that when the Minister of Mines again came on this floor of the House, in fact, as well as the Minister of Home Affairs, they announced to this House and the nation at large that government had upped measures to stop illegal mining activities. You will also recall that certain mining entities were even closed because of pollution, because of bad hygiene, because of safety risks. So government actually has even cordoned off certain areas where there were a lot of illegal mining activities. So I want to assure you that government is doing everything possible to stop illegal mining, because we believe that when mining entities are registered, they are regulated, then they will be safe, then there will be no outbreak of diseases. Madam Speaker, indeed, we've seen also criminality rising in these areas where there are illegal mining activities. Again, this issue is on the radar of the Ministry of Home Affairs, and I can tell you that because of this one government approach, a task force consisting of the Ministry of Mines, the Ministry of Green Economy, Water Development, Defense, Mining and Energy has been put in place by Cabinet to ensure that operations in the mining sector are streamlined. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. The Honourable Member for Chifubu.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honourable Minister, illegal mining have been the source of contamination for our water bodies in the country, and these have adversely impacted on the agricultural practice, food security, and public health. My question to you, Honourable Minister, is that what is the gravity of the impact on the aquatic ecosystem, livelihood of farmers and fishermen? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Water Development and Sanitation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for that very, very important question. Again, I elaborated the effect of pollution on aquatic life. Madam Speaker, this is a serious problem. It's a very, very serious problem. It's a problem which us members of parliament here and the general citizenry must rise to the challenge to resolve. Madam Speaker, we have seen depletion of this aquatic life in some streams, in some rivers. We've seen even the color of the water changing completely to an extent where our people are not able to utilize it for their domestic needs. It's a serious problem, Madam Speaker. It's a problem which government is looking at seriously to stop. So we call upon, as I did in my statement, the members of parliament, the general citizens, and everybody else involved to help us resolve this issue. It's an issue which we must resolve if we are going to have a healthy population. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. The Honourable Member for Serenge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Minister. I think my question has partly been touched by Honourable Member of Parliament for Chifugu, but maybe just for clarification purposes, we have talked much on mining, because even when we look at agriculture, it's also equally doing the same, because there are a lot of chemicals that are going into the streams. Then on agriculture, to even make matters worse, there is even siltation of the rivers, whereby even our rivers are becoming, the quantity of water that they can hold now is quite small, which will result probably even drying up. But what are we doing now to these farmers who are also equally polluting, and those people who have now settled on the embankments of the rivers? Thank you.
Thank you. The Honourable Minister of Water Development and Sanitation.
Again, thank you very much for that very important question. Let me state here very, very clear that there are various offenses. It's not just pollution. Just illegal abstraction of water, that is the abstracting of water without a permit, is also punishable by a relevant fine, and actually there is also imprisonment. Number two, those settling on the riverbanks or those settling in ecologically sensitive areas, again, the law is very, very clear. You will lose those carrying out agricultural activities on the riverbanks. The law empowers WAMA to order the destruction of those crops, obviously at their cost, and there's a penalty as well attached. If I remember correctly, it's about 200,000 kwacha. So cultivating on the riverbanks is prohibited. Settling in the riverbanks is also prohibited. Further, we have been working very closely with the Minister of Local Government to ensure that these areas also, councils do not demarcate and give out land. I think that's another problem which we saw. We've been working very, very closely with the Minister of Local Government to prevent demarcation and allocation of plots. Further, one of the measures I announced in my statement was that we are demarcating, we are mapping, delineating, and obviously demarcating certain areas which I, as Minister of Water Development, has the power to declare them water protected areas. So these will be declared water protected areas, and once they are encroached, we prosecute the offenders. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you very much. The member for Usakile.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to ask a question. With your indulgence, Madam Speaker, before asking my question, allow launching the special pages on the parliamentary website, which is based on young Zambian learners. The news is meant to highlight local constituency community activities and initiatives. Madam Speaker, it is common knowledge that ZEMA, who is mandated to regulate pollution, is incapacitated in terms of, one, human resource, finances, also it is not decentralized. The minister here has highlighted two categories of pollutants. The ones he's calling illegal miners, who are extracting minerals which in some areas they are radioactive. And for example, somewhere in Serenge, people now are even developing nerve diseases. Then the illegal miners, who are these mining multinationals, who are so polluting our rivers using chemicals like sulfuric acid, nitric acid, among other chemicals. Minister, have you ascertained the amount of radioactivity that is going in these various rivers that you highlighted? Also, the amount of chemicals in terms of sulfuric acid and its devastating effects on humans in terms of life expectancy. Have you done so, Minister? Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Minister of Water Development and Sanitation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for that very, very important question. And maybe the honorable member may need a bit of education in that as Minister of Water and Sanitation, the Water Resources Management Act of 2011 has mandated WAMA to the resource quality and control the pollution of any resource. Further, this House may wish to note that Section 48 of the WAMA Act has direct or indirect discharge of any organic or inorganic pollutant in any water body a strict liability offense. So the law is very clear. Additionally, I think I stated very clear that as a one government approach, we are also working very closely with the Ministry of Green Economy and Environment, because the EMA Act, also there are issues of pollution. Remember, when any entity is coming to do any activity, you go through an EIA process, which is managed by the Ministry of Green Economy and Environment with ZEMA. Inside there's a WAMA Act. Inside there are various other pieces of legislation. So for you to pass an EIA, you need to pass the EMA Act, the WAMA Act. So that's very, very clear. So when you look at the two pieces of legislations, obviously they complement each other, and it's for us as one government policy, we work very, very closely together. Indeed, have we quantified? I think I was also very clear in my statement that we've come up with a program, I think it's a computer program, to see how we can collect data, store that data, analyze that data, disseminate the information resulting from it. So we are trying to bring this data so that we know the quantum, and then obviously design mechanisms to enhance our enforcement. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you very much. I think what the Honorable Member for Wisakiri was asking about was the enforcement aspect. That since WAMA is just in Lusaka, it's not decentralized, how are you going to ensure that there is proper enforcement? The law is clear, it's there, but then the enforcement, I think that's what, if I'm correct, Honorable Member for Wisakiri. Yes.
Thank you. I didn't get the other aspect. I can assure you that WAMA is not only in Lusaka, WAMA is in Ndola, WAMA is in other big towns. However, the compliance monitoring has been increased, so we are doing a lot of monitoring in a lot of these areas. Further, I said very clearly that we are collaborating with the Ministry of Green Economy and Environment through ZEMA for the information of this House. When we say we are looking at this in a one government approach, we mean just that. We have made joint inspections with the Ministry of Green Economy and Environment. WAMA working together with the ZEMA, working together with the Forestry Department, working together with the Ministry of Energy, who carried out joint inspections to ensure that issues of pollution are controlled. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Member for Mukushi North.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Minister, you have talked about increasing the compliance monitoring levels. How much compliance monitoring levels have you indeed so far gone to in terms of inspecting those mines that you closed up? We have experienced certain mines in Mukushi in particular, where we have seen that these mines were closed up, now opened up. Levels to the suspension. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Water Development and Sanitation.
Let me thank the Member of Parliament for that very important question. Manganese mining and pollution from manganese mining in Mukushi and Serenge was a very, very big problem, and it's a problem which the new Dawn government made every effort to try and control. Mining entities there were charged, penalized. Mining entities there were closed because a lot of them were discharging their effluent directly into those streams. Madam Speaker, I will take it as information from the Member of Parliament that this case is on the rise again, and I can assure you that we will up our compliance monitoring. We will come to Mukushi and inspect those mining companies again. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you very much. Looking at the time, we've exhausted the time that was allocated. Before we make progress, I would like to welcome the Honorable Member for Chawama from her leave of absence. She was away for some time, although she's walking away now. But congratulations on the baby boy. Then the new members of Parliament, I see the Honorable Member for Petauke, the Honorable Member for Pambashe, and the Honorable Member for Kawambwa. Welcome to the House. If you have a little time, we can come through to my chambers, then I'll tell you who not to associate with. That was on a lighter note. So let's make progress. Questions for oral answers, understanding order 80. The Honorable Member from Pika.
Madam Speaker, with the leave of the House, I would like to withdraw the question.
Thank you very much. Leave granted. The next question, the Honorable Member for Chitambo.
Madam Speaker, with the leave of the House, I would like to withdraw the question.
Wow, is this a strategy? The next question, the Honorable Member for Isoka.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the people of Isoka would like to ask question number 202. I thank you.
Thank you. That's the spirit. The Honorable Minister of Energy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honorable Member for Isoka is asking the Minister of Energy question in three parts. In A, whether the government has any plans to construct a hydropower plant at Nansala Falls in Isoka district. If so, when the plans will be implemented, and if there are no such plans, why? Madam Speaker, our response is as follows. Yes, government has plans to construct a hydropower plant at Nansala Falls in Isoka district. The development of the hydropower plant at Nansala was allocated to a private
developer in 2021. The developer is currently undertaking studies to highlight the technical and environmental feasibility studies of the project, which will be completed by the end of 2025. The government is providing technical support to the developer in order to expedite the development of the project. Timelines for the completion of the project will be determined once financial close is achieved. Therefore, government will provide the necessary incentives to the developer in order to achieve financial close. Question, which is C, falls off as government has plans in the response A.
Thank you very much. Supplementary question?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, for the past years, I have heard answers like when the funds will be available. We are almost into campaign period. When will these funds be available for our people to see the light of the words? I submit, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Minister of Energy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Member. Indeed, it has taken time. These are some of the challenges our private players are facing in terms of closing the financials. However, this government is working tirelessly to support the private sector in order to achieve financial closure. And this project, like I've stated, that feasibility studies are on and they will be done by the end of 2025. From there, the developer, who is a private player, will be supported to close on the financials. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Mukushi South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, would you be able to share with us the name of that private developer and why it has taken so long for him to start developing the project, knowing the importance of the power that we need in this country? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Energy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Member. The developer, the name is Sister Movement. That's the name of the developer. Like it is a private. It has taken so long. It's the financial closure. That's why it has taken so long. These are the challenges the private players are facing in the energy sector. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Isoka.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Since the private contractor has taken so long, doesn't the central government have money apart from CDF to carry out projects like these ones? All we know that CDF is doing very well in our constituencies. But huge projects like these ones, central government is supposed to come in. Doesn't the central government have money to do these projects? I submit, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Energy.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you very much, Honorable Member. Indeed, CDF cannot do these bigger projects, and that's the more reason why government is committed to make sure that they create an environment and support to our private players in order to achieve these financial closures to implement these projects. We take in consideration how important this project is in the energy sector. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Serenge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Minister. Just wanted to find out in the contractual obligations, what is the height of that force, then the expected output and the types of turbines that will be installed? Thank you.
Thank you, the Honorable Minister of Energy.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you very much, Honorable Member. We will have those details immediately the feasibility studies are done. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, the Honorable Member for Chembe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, what specific steps have the government taken to make a mean hydro power project that is at Nansala Waterforce to have it operationalized? Yeah, what steps have you taken? Thank you.
Thank you, the Honorable Minister of Energy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Like I've stated that these are the projects that have been given to the private players. The only thing the government is doing is to provide technical support to our private players in order to achieve these mini hydro power plants. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. We move to the next question. The next question by the Honorable Member for Katombora.
I thank you, Madam Speaker, for according the voice of Katombora constituency to ask question number 203. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Minister of Technology and Science.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and Happy New Year. The Honorable Member of Parliament for Katombora asked the Minister a question in three parts. When the construction of communication towers in Katombora Parliamentary constituency will commence, and in B, what the cause of the delay in commencing the project is, and in C, what the estimated cost of the project is. Madam Speaker, I wish to inform the House that A, government has plans to construct communication towers in underserved areas to bring coverage to the uncovered population across the country, including Katombora. Considering the foregoing, a communication tower has been constructed at Simango Primary School in Simango Ward in Katombora constituency. The Ministry is working with Zamtel and ZESCO to ensure that the power to the site is connected and that the site comes on air. Further, government will construct 2 communication towers at Sinde Primary School and Ndele Primary School. In B, the construction of communication towers in Katombora constituency was delayed partly due to the resistance from communities in areas where the towers are being demolished from. In order for them to be relocated to new specific locations in Katombora. This resistance slowed down the project. Additionally, the contractor responsible for the project did not commence the construction of the sites on time. In that regard, the Ministry, through the Zambia Information and Communication Technology Authority, warned the contractor, who has since commenced construction in the new location in the first manner. According to the project schedule, the contractor is expected to be on site in Katombora constituency by April 2025, ensuring that the work progresses as planned. In seeing the total estimated cost for the 40 relocation tower project is 4.2 incurred in procuring equipment, which is exclusive of local services amounting to 32 million kwacha. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you very much. Supplementary questions. The Honorable Member for Katombora.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. You said that you met resistance from people in Katombora constituency. Which chiefdoms of the 5 chiefdoms did you meet resistance, and which chief did you engage, including the MP? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Technology and Science.
Madam Speaker, I did say that these towers are being relocated from other areas and being taken into Katombora. They are not being relocated within Katombora. So there was no resistance in Katombora. I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Lunte.
Madam Speaker, thank you so much. Honorable Minister, I would like to appreciate your response to the Honorable Member for Katombora. You mentioned that a tower has been constructed at Simambo Primary School, which tower now is waiting for ZESCO so that it can be powered in order for the tower to render service to the community. In the past, Honorable Minister, I observed that government used to create solar energy around the communication towers, and towers were able to provide service to communities. Why hasn't your government considered utilizing the model that has been there of providing power through a solar system, as opposed to waiting for ZESCO, and thereby denying the people of this ward service? Thank you, Madam.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Minister of Technology and Science.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, the Honorable Member of Parliament for Lunte. Indeed, the model that we have adopted is to have solar and ZESCO. But ZESCO is the primary source of power, supplemented by solar and in some cases diesel generator. As we proceed with the project in Katombora, we are going to add the option of solar. I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Katombora.
I thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, would you consider, because what is clear is maybe you may be facing some financial challenges. Are you considering maybe taking up an initiative the way Minister of Local Government had taken initiative on police vehicles, including the ambulances? Are you thinking of maybe allowing constituencies like Katombora that are in dire need of these towers to use CDF to pay you so that you can connect the whole of Katombora constituency with telephone network? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Technology and Science.
Madam Speaker, indeed, before we adjourned last sitting of Parliament, we did have a caucus with members of Parliament and indicated the limitation that we've got in financial resources to be able to plant towers, and appealed to them the option of us using CDF on a 50-50 basis. If you give us CDF for one tower, government will give you one tower. So that option still remains. I thank you.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Member for Mukushi South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In 2023, Madam Speaker, you recall that the Honorable Minister requested us to submit areas that we needed to have these communication towers. And in 2024, Madam Speaker, you stood on that chair and gave us a timeline in which we are supposed to have submitted the same areas where we needed to have those communication towers. Now, up to now, there haven't been significant progress. Maybe I wanted to find out from you, Madam Speaker, the Honorable Minister, if he can give us the schedule on how they have prepared to construct these towers constituents by constituents, so that these issues of asking about communication towers can come to an end. I submit, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Minister of Technology and Science.
Indeed, Madam Speaker, we are grateful for the submissions that were made by the members of Parliament in terms of the areas where they wanted the towers to be planted. And that information helped us to be able to map out the areas where actually towers will be planted. It has resulted in the number of towers standing at 998 that require to be planted in order for us to have 100% coverage. Under the resource envelope that we have got, which is essentially under the Universal Access Fund, the maximum that we can be able to do in any 1 year is around 50. Now you divide that by 998. So, Honourable Member of Parliament, we are also working with the private sector, and the private sector have responded very positively. The two big ones are going to deliver for us 252 towers this year. So that certainly will increase the coverage. I thank you.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Member for Iteshiteshi.
Thank you so much, Minister, for the Ministerial for the statement. Maybe, Minister, I would want you...
Before you come in, the Honorable Member for Iteshiteshi. Honorable Member from Kush South, you are indicating, is it a point of order?
Yes, Madam Speaker.
What's the point of order, please?
Madam Speaker, thank you so much. The Minister has not answered the question. My question to him was, can he give us a schedule on how? Now it's even good that he has indicated that 200 and something, and we have 156 constituencies. The schedule of how these towers are going to be constructed, constituents by constituents. That's my request. I submit, Madam Speaker.
I'm sure the Honorable Minister can attend to that. Maybe you can just assure the House. For me, my worry is that we are launching all these web pages for the young learners, and if they have no internet in their rural areas, then it will be of no value to them. So it's worrying, actually, Honorable Minister. You may respond to the Honorable Member.
Madam Speaker, most obliged, will provide the information to the members of Parliament. I thank you.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Member for Iteshiteshi may continue.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Minister, you did mention that the CDF co-financing option was communicated to the House. Maybe I would want you to amplify how it was communicated. Maybe we could have missed it, so that we explore that option as Plan B. Thank you.
What's the plan?
You finance one tower, we give you one tower.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Honourable Minister, on behalf of the people, we were submitting
for a health break.
In Parliament across at you, business for 20 minutes a health break, and under consideration is question 203, understanding order 80. This is a question which came from Dr. Clement Andele Katombora, constituency member of Parliament, and we expect the House to considering this question. when at 17 hours.
Exactly, Joe. And now we take a look at some of the business that has been considered from the time business resumed at 14:30 hours. And when business resumed, Madam Speaker did make an announcement in which she informed the House that the Honorable Minister of Education was supposed to present a ministerial statement on the new education curriculum today, Tuesday, 18th February 2025. However, due to unforeseen circumstances, the statement will be presented on Thursday, 20th February 2025.
In the same vein, Madam Speaker, I did inform the House that the Honorable Minister of Foreign and International Cooperation was expected to issue a ministerial statement on the suspension of aid by the U.S. government through the USAID this week. Madam Speaker further stated that the executive have indicated that they are still carrying out consultations on the matter, and we will revert to the House in due course once consultations are completed.
And so far, 2 ministerial statements have been rendered on the floor of the House. The first ministerial statement was rendered by the Minister of Energy, and this was on the electricity situation in the country.
And the second one was rendered by the Minister of Water Development and Sanitation on the pollution of bodies caused by illegal miners in the country.
And that's just a considered so far. Just now, keep watching Parliament Television.
My name is Brian Kambita, Member of Parliament for Zambezi East constituency, and I was born from here in Zambezi East, and I grew up both in this district, Zambezi and Kabompo. I did most of my primary school in Kabompo, and then thereafter I came to secondary school at Zambezi Boarding Secondary School. So I'm a veteran of this place. After my parents, we set, and therefore I am a child who is brought up from here and very familiar with the culture and place. And my secondary school, I went on to study in the universities and then worked in the big cities, like any other people do when they reach that level of education. So I've worked both in quasi-government and in the corporate world, up to the level of Chief Executive Officer of a private company. And I'm trained as a business manager in the corporate. I studied Bachelor of Business Administration and went on to study Chartered Institute of Management Accountants. So I'm both a business manager and an accountant. And most of my time I've worked as an accountant and also as a business manager in the corporate world. What motivated me to join politics, literally, is the way I saw the constituency, infrastructure, education, and the like were getting dilapidated. I think in the years around 1996, when I used to come for holidays with my family, I would go around to check around the constituency, and I would see how that in the education sector we were struggling to make ends meet. It motivated me to try and make a difference and participate in politics. This is Zambezi East. Zambezi district is divided into 2 constituencies, which are divided by this very big river here, Zambezi River. On the western bank is a constituency called Zambezi West. On the eastern side is the constituency that I represent, Zambezi East. Zambezi East has got 10 wards. It's divided into 10 wards: Zambezi Central, Chitokoloki Ward, Mpidi Ward, Luitadi Lwatembo Ward, Lunkunyi Ward, Nyakulenga ward, Dipalata ward. We also have Kasesi Chivweji ward and Zambezi Central ward. Those 10 wards make up Zambezi East. Of course, we are looking forward to a delimitation of the constituency because it's quite vast. From here to the end of the other constituency, it takes about it's about 100 kilometers. On the other side is also about 100 kilometers. So you're talking of a distance approximately above 200 kilometers in the length, and in the breadth is also approximately around 150 kilometers. So this is quite a vast constituency, and we are looking forward to a time when it will be maybe divided into two, Zambezi South and Zambezi North. And that will help us actually reach out to most of these places. However, even before that, we feel that it will be very important to delimitate some of the big wards, especially PD ward, which is quite vast. It's almost like a constituency. It's a very vast ward, and we have challenges sometimes reaching out to all the parts of the ward. In terms of development, this place receives CDF like any other constituency. So when CDF is dispersed and the constituency is very vast, you go and thinly distribute the resources to places. And therefore, when delimitation happens and the constituency is divided in two, you somehow receive double CDF in that kind of area, which used to receive maybe a single CDF. And then you can cover much more. However, with the little CDF that we used to receive in the previous regime, although it was erratic, we did quite a number of projects, and especially in the education sector, which motivated my becoming a member of parliament. So I focused so much on the primary education, where we built some classroom blocks in various places. And in the health sector, we have done a little bit in terms of putting up health posts. Also, we tapped into the health posts, the 650 health posts that were being built countrywide. We benefited 6 out of those, 4 of which are already finished and are operational. 2 are remaining, and we are still pushing to ensure that these are actually completed as well. Going forward, of course, with the enhanced CDF at 25.7 million, we want to continue focusing on the education sector. That's where the need is prime. And we are lucky, government has embarked on recruitment of teachers, which will complement our agenda of ensuring that there's quality education in the rural areas. With teachers around, employed by government, and then we build more infrastructure in the rural areas, we expect the standard of education to be enhanced in those areas. This is one avenue to improve the lives of these people who live in the rural areas, because they will have opportunities like I did in order for them to improve their lives. In other development agendas, of course, there is more resources coming in for empowerment. We've asked our people to form clubs, cooperatives, and the like, and in groupings which can help them improve their lives, because empowerment funds will be coming either through CDF, with that and the other funds that are coming through the Ministry of Youth, Sport, and Arts. We expect people to get these empowerment funds, and therefore in groupings like cooperatives, clubs, and the like, they will be able to do something that will help them improve their lives. We also expect some more activities in terms of infrastructure development, though we don't expect it just right away. We expect the township roads to be tarred when resources allow. Of course, we know we are grappling with debt as a nation, to slow down on infrastructure development that we really need. In my 5-year tenure, this current one, I expect that these township roads should be tarred. On the feeder roads, which is very, very cardinal, the feeder roads, the road going up to Nyakulenga and the road going up to Mpidi are very key, because these are the roads that would help those people improve their lives. Agricultural inputs have to be transported on those roads. They are currently in a deplorable state. And I'm aware that there is some discussion that is going on, World Bank funds, rehabilitate the roads on a program, but we are yet to get the confirmation I'm excited that this program is actually in the pipeline. And once it crystallizes, we expect that those very key feeder roads will be rehabilitated. Feeder roads play a very big role in development in our constituency. And on top of that, we expect that the RIA program, which already started, we now have a line going up to Dipalata on the Nyakolenga route. But we want it extended up to Nyakolenga. We have also a line going to Chitokoloki on the Mpidi route. We want it extended up to Mpidi. In Nyakolenga, we have a mini hospital that has been built. That mini hospital will only function if the Rural Electrification Authority will extend the line to Nyakolenga. So we expect that extension to be done sooner than later so that that mini hospital can start functioning. I think in a nutshell, those are some of the development initiatives and my vision to see to it that this constituency actually develops to greater heights than it is now. My last words for my constituents is they need to support the current government because it means well for them. There are several initiatives that are being put in to try and improve their lives in all sectors that matter, be it the health sector, the education sector, and the agricultural sector, which are very important and key economic areas. We need to support the government of the day. We need to work with the traditional rulers in harmony.
Julian Inyemba, those were my names given by my parents. But I have a very funny name, a nickname, which was given to me by my father, Mfanki. This is the name which I'm known even in the constituency. Even by the little girl, I'm known by this name, the nickname. But it is not on my professional papers, neither on my NRC. Then in the teaching fraternity, because I was a teacher, I'm known as Mrs. Kapia because I was married to Mr. Kapia. So when you go in the teaching fraternity, I'm Mrs. Kapia. When you go to the constituency of Chifunabuli, I am Funky. When you come to Parliament and on a professional level, certificates, it's Julian Inyemba. I'm a widow. My late husband, Mr. Lucius Constantino Kapia, died in 1991. He was working here at National Assembly. I'm a mother of two, a girl and a boy. A girl aged 32 and a boy aged 30. I went to Mansa Teachers Training College after completing grade 12 or Form 5 at that time from Samsha Secondary School, because first of all I went to Lubwe Primary School for the Catholics. Then I qualified. I went to St. Mary's Secondary School in Kawambwa, where I did Form 1 to Form 3. Because of financial challenges, I shifted, I got a transfer. I went to Samsha Secondary School where I did Form 4 and Form 5. From there, I went to Mansa Teachers Training College and pursued a certificate in primary teaching. Then I went to teach at Lukwesa Primary School in Mwense District. Then when I got married to my late husband, Mr. Kapia, I shifted to Lusaka in 1987. Then I taught at Justin Kabwe in Mandevu. I taught at Olympia Primary School in Olympia, and then I taught also at Bama Primary School before I went on voluntary separation to go and do my own things, because I'm an entrepreneur, I'm a teacher and an entrepreneur at the same time. So I went on voluntary separation from the government. Chifunabuli constituency is a new created district which was declared by His Excellency Dr. Edgar Chagwalungu in 2018, in 2018. Chifunabuli has got potential to grow because it has got a lot of water bodies. And Chifunabuli people, as I know, they are hardworking and they would want to do whatever government program is being brought, especially the women folk, because I've gone there as an example to them. I come from a rural area, I was born there and I was brought up there. No wonder I took up this responsibility. Right now, Chifunabuli is on a good road to development, especially if we use the water bodies for agriculture throughout the whole year. And when we can even go for fish farming and then the growing of rice. If we can only have people who can go and invest in Chifunabuli, especially in the growing of rice, cattle rearing, fish farming, and vegetable growing, anything. Chifunabuli has got a fertile land, it has got plenty of water, good rainfall pattern. My developmental agenda for Chifunabuli, looking at Chifunabuli, which was under the missionaries for a long time, the white fathers, they developed Chifunabuli, and Chifunabuli had a lot of people who were educated. But I have observed the literacy levels have gone up. So I'm now advocating for all the parents to be taking their children to school. When you've got an educated society, an informed society, things will be easy for you. And then the development would even come because most of the people would be able to understand the agendas and the programs for the government. The last word to the people of Chifunabuli is that I have stood as an example to them, especially the women folk. They are supposed to look at me as an example. I have gone into the constituency, interacting with them, encouraging them to do small businesses, encouraging them to grow food, to protect their families with food security at a household levels. I'm always there. I'm encouraging them so that we work together as a team. We shouldn't only be looking at men. I have done it. Chifunabuli women can also do it. So I'm their role model. That's why I always go there to encourage them to do one or two things. We have formed clubs where we are rearing chickens, we are keeping goats, and we are also going into agriculture and into fish farming with the youths and the women in Chifunabuli. I want Chifunabuli to go back to the roots where our parents taught us to work.
Still being with us on Parliament Television, the only station that brings Parliament closer to you. Shortly at 17 hours, we will cross back for the live parliamentary proceedings. And at the time, business was suspended for a 20-minute break. On the floor of the House was Mr. Sunday Chanda, who is Kanchiria Member of Parliament, who was about to ask a follow-up question to the Minister of Technology and Science, who had responded to a question that has been asked by Dr. Clement Andeleki, Katombola Member of Parliament. In the question, he wanted to know when the construction of communication towers in Katombola Parliamentary constituency will commence, what the cause of the delay in commencing the project is, and then see what the estimated cost of the project is. And so we do expect Mr. Sunday Chanda, Kanchiria Member of Parliament, to ask his follow-up question to the Minister of Technology and Science.
Still to come, we do expect Ms. Melissa Piri, Milanzi Member of Parliament, to ask the Minister of Water Development and Sanitation in A, whether the government has any plans to construct water reticulation systems in the following areas in Milanzi Parliamentary Constituency: Mbinga, Kagoro, Chagaga, Mzime, Kantumba Village, Simon, Chilembwe, Kankomba, Chamiwama, Kapepe, and Kolowa. In B, if so, when the plans will be implemented, and C, if there are no such plans, why?
We also expect question 205 to be asked by Mr. Chinga Miyutu, who is Kalabo Central Member of Parliament. Just now, we take you to the floor of the House. bells are ringing. That signifies that a quorum has not yet been formed. Once a quorum is formed, we do expect business of the House to resume. And like said earlier, and in case you just tuned in, we do expect Mr. Sunday Chanda, Kanchibiya Member of Parliament, to ask a follow-up question to the Minister of Technology and Science. This is to question 203, which has been asked by Dr. Clement Andereki Katombola, Member of Parliament. And still to be considered is question 205, which will be asked by Mr. Chinga Miyutu, Kalabo Central Member of Parliament, and his question will be directed to the Minister of Agriculture. In A, he wants to know what the major causes of crop failure in Kalabo district are, and in B, what measures the government is taking to encourage small-scale farmers to grow drought-resistant crops.
We do expect Mr. Warren Mwambazi, Bwana Mkubwa Member of Parliament, to ask the Minister of Energy when the government will electrify the following areas in Bwana Mkubwa Parliamentary Constituency: Kavu, Mitalula, Kamfwesa, Kwamsonda, and Kwahop. In B, what the estimated cost of the project is, and what the estimated time frame for the completion of the project is.
Order. When business was suspended, the House was considering question number 2 by Katombola, and the Honorable Member for Kanchibiya was asking a supplementary question. May the Honorable Member continue.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, and thank you so much, Honorable Minister. In solidarity with the people of Katombola, it appears as though the problem of contractors in the sector is a countrywide problem. It's a widespread problem. What is the ministry doing to ensure that the contractors do not sabotage what your ministry has committed to deliver to the people in terms of timely delivery? I speak for Kanchibiya, we're in the same situation. So, in solidarity with the people of Katombola, what is government doing to ensure that contractors do not frustrate or sabotage what government has committed to do to the people of Zambia? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Technology and Science.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for that question. Indeed, one of the problems that we have faced, first of all, we wanted to empower our local contractors, give them business, give them opportunity. A number of them, probably 80%, have not delivered according to the terms of the contract. So ZICTA has issued notice to the various contractors, including the one who is supposed to work in Katombola, and that if nothing happens by April, the contract will be terminated. I thank you.
The Honorable Member for...
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. Allow me also to congratulate and welcome the new honorable members of Parliament who just joined us last week. And Honorable Minister, through you, Madam Speaker, if you go to South Africa, you go to Europe, okay, towers are not there. I think they are very much outdated. Is there a way we can learn from our brothers and sisters from South Africa, from Europe, so that we can come up with a new technology whereby we no longer use these towers, because in most countries these things are outdated? How best can we also join the team which is very much ahead of us? Thank you very much, Honorable Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Technology and Science.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In a number of countries such as South Africa and Europe, that to using satellite technology, which is exceeding to carry by. So we shall do in phase 1, use the towers, and as the economy grows, we'll look at alternative technologies. I thank you.
The Honorable Member for Lubasenchi.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity given to the people of Ansenshi constituents to ask a follow-up question. Honorable Minister, 2024, you assured us that your working government will elect the network towers as planned. We understand and we sympathize with your ministry looking at what the country went through in terms of drought. Now, in the interest of fostering development, teachers, nurses, especially in rural areas, their systems, their operations are also anchored on the internet. And some of them, because of this challenge that they have to cover long distances to access internet, certain tasks are failed to be performed and some are even disciplined by their supervisors. My question to you, as we are waiting for those plans, good plans for that matter you have to elect network towers, what is it that you can do to visit teachers, especially in rural areas? As you may be aware that there is new syllabus where softwares are shared with teachers and have to print from their respective schools and the other areas. Now, in the absence of this internet connectivity, what is it that you are telling them to do? I submit.
The Honorable Minister of Technology and Science.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Indeed, the question that has been raised is a very important one. We have over 40,000 schools and probably over 11,000 health facilities. And therefore, the only viable technology that can cover those sort of numbers is communication towers. You can use Starlink, but it will be expensive as an initial investment per school. So our strategy is to deliver communication towers to enable access to our teachers and nurses and other government officers. I thank you.
The last member, the Honorable Member for Chipiri.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, you have stated that you have written to these contractors up to April who have failed to execute their mandate according to the program that you have given them. Now, I'm sure you had given them the part payment. I don't know whether it's 20 or 25%. How are you going to recover this money if the money is not going to be recovered and then you want to give other contractors to do the same jobs? How are you going to handle this issue? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Technology and Science.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for that question. In the contracts that we have entered into, there are things called performance bonds that the contractor issues to ZICTAM that if they have not performed, those will be cashed in. So we have performance bonds from each and every contractor. I thank you.
We make progress. Next question, the Honorable Member for Milanzi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question 204.
The Honorable Minister of Water Development and Sanitation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Piri, Member of Parliament for Milanzi constituency, asked the Minister of Water Development and Sanitation, A, whether government has any plans to construct water reticulation systems in the following areas in Milanzi Parliamentary constituency: 1, Mbinga; 2, Kagoro Chagaga; 3 Muzime, 4 Katumba Village, 5 Simon, 6 Chilembwe, 7 Kankomba, 8 Chamiwawa, 9 Kapepe, and 10 Koloa. If so, when the plans will be implemented, and see if there are no such plans, why? Madam Speaker, in response to the question raised by Honorable Piri, I wish to inform the House as follows. Yes, government has plans to sink boreholes and to construct water reticulation systems in the named areas of Milanzi constituency. B, several interventions are currently being implemented in Milanzi constituency as follows. 1, in September 2023, the ministry signed a 12-month contract with Nande Ventures Limited to upgrade and mechanize 2 existing boreholes into piped water schemes in Milanzi constituency. The scope of works involved in upgrading and mechanizing 2 existing boreholes to piped water schemes to cover the aforementioned communities. However, Madam Speaker, the contract was terminated due to non-performance by Nande Ventures Limited. A final account is in progress and the remaining works will be retendered in the first quarter of 2025. 2. In Mbinga, Muzime, Simon, and Kankomba communities, the ministry through the local authority plans to drill 1 borehole per community and with support of the CDF by the first quarter of 2025. C, Madam Speaker, as mentioned earlier, indeed government has plans to construct water reticulation systems in the specified areas of Milanzi Parliamentary constituency under 2025 national under the 2025 national budget and with the support of the ministry and CDF funding. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Supplementary questions. The Honorable Member for Milanzi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and Honorable Minister, for your response. Honorable Minister, I recognize that 2 out of 10 areas are currently receiving attention as regards to water reticulation. Honorable Minister, you have alluded to that CDF is one of the interventions. You know, Honorable Minister, that CDF is not enough to meet competing needs in our constituencies. Are there other sources of funding to ensure that people in the mentioned areas have access to clean water? Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Water Development and Sanitation.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for that very, very important question. Indeed, the people of Milanzi need this water. The ministry had planned very well to procure these schemes for our people in Milanzi. However, the contractor has disappointed us, Madam Speaker. As I said already, we've since terminated the contract, and I can assure you, Honorable Member of Parliament, that you quicken the processes of procuring a new contractor so that that work is finished and our people in Milanzi have water. Madam Speaker, let me take this opportunity again to warn our local contractors who we are supporting so much that shoddy works will not be tolerated. That whenever they are given these contracts, they must execute these works according to the contractual provisions. That non-performance on these contracts affects our people. Government has embarked on ensuring that it provides quality water to the people, but in a lot of cases, we have been failed by these local contractors. 2, the people of Milanzi, we are almost there. We'll retender these works and we'll provide these water schemes to the people of Milanzi. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
The Honorable Member for Lunte.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, I would like to appreciate your response in respect of the question from Milanzi. Honorable Minister, you stated in your response that the contract involving Nande was terminated on account of failure by the contractor to abide by the contract terms. Why have you reported the termination of contract under interventions as opposed to reporting it as a challenge? Thank you, Madam.
The Honorable Minister of Water Development and Sanitation.
Madam Speaker, I didn't quite get the question. Maybe Honorable Member can repeat.
You can repeat yourself.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. As you were responding to my honorable colleague, or to the question posed by my honorable colleague, you indicated the measures that you are taking to ameliorate the suffering of the people of Milanzi in respect of water. And you reported the termination of the contract involving Nande under measures. My thinking is that is part of the problem. The cancellation of the contract is part of the problem for which the honorable member posed the question. So why have you decided to report the contract cancellation and measures being taken by government as opposed to reporting that as a challenge? Thank you, Madam.
The Honorable Minister of Water Development and Sanitation.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for that very important question. And on a light note, I was talking to an honorable member of Parliament that when he is smiling and not annoyed, he looks very, very handsome. So I can encourage him to smile more. Madam Speaker, when a contract is not performing, obviously it gets terminated, and the various legal provisions in the contract are then followed. This contract has been terminated. We will recover the advance payment. We will cash in the performance bonds. Indeed, we reported the termination itself here, but other processes are going on. But I wanted to report the good news that following the termination, the processes of retendering have started. I think that's what the people of Milanzi want to hear when we will provide this water, and it will start by retendering these works because the funds were already provided for this contract. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
The Honorable Member for Milanzi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, you have assured the people of Milanzi that government will provide water for them. What would be the time frame for completion of the works? Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Water Development and Sanitation.
Madam Speaker, I may not give you the exact date, but I can only assure you that we'll quicken the process. My estimation, Honorable Member, is that within the next 3 months, you will see us back on site. For a detailed update, I can only invite you to my office so that we sit to the technocrats for a more detailed briefing. We are concerned, actually, that these contractors have not performed in a number of places, actually. And we are back to ensuring that we get better contractors. It's a reason why now, going forward, Madam Speaker, we will be looking at the historical performance of these contractors before contracting them, because I think some of them have been a disaster. They've affected provision of this water supply to our people. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
The Honorable Member for Chirubi.
Thank
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving the people of Chiluvi an opportunity to ask the question to the Minister. The Minister did indicate that a contract for Nande has been terminated, meaning that there was some partial performance of that particular contract. And given that background, the people of Chiluvi would like to know, bearing in mind inflation and many other factors that can affect the carryover to the new contract, what is the cost? What was the cost and what is the projected cost as it may be?
The Honorable Minister of Water Development and Sanitation.
Madam Speaker, the question was very specific. It didn't look at costs. However, for this detailed briefing, I would invite the Member of Parliament for Milanzi in the company of the Member of Parliament for Chiluvi, so that we sit down together and get these facts and then see how we move together, how we move positively together. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
The Honorable Member for Lundazi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving a chance to the people of Lundazi to ask a follow-up question. The Honorable Minister, looking at the local contractors whom you have openly indicated that there seem to be a challenge, I wanted to find out on behalf of the people of Milanzi, because even us in Lundazi, it seems to be the same problem. These local contractors whom you get under your ministry, they seem to be failing us, and we are having serious challenges with water. Now, in your response to the people of Milanzi, you only talked about the two areas where the contractor has been, maybe the contract has been terminated. The question that I have for you, the Honourable Member of Parliament for Milanzi asked about 10 areas. Is it the same contractor who you contracted in the whole of Eastern Province? And do you have different contractors for this particular one? I submit.
The Honorable Minister of Water Development and Sanitation.
Indeed, Madam Speaker, thank you for that question. As the Chiluvi Member of Parliament correctly stated, there was partial performance and then the contract was terminated. The contractor indeed is the same contractor who was supposed to carry out most of these works. The contract, as I said, has been terminated and we are looking for a more competent contractor to carry out these works. I can confirm to you, as your Honourable Member for Lundazi, that indeed I'm aware of your issues in your constituency, that there's also a contractor who has not performed in that area. Again, it's a similar situation. Non-performance will lead to termination, and then we get a better contractor. Madam Speaker, I want to assure the two members of Parliament that indeed government is seriously looking at this issue, and the assurance to our people is that we will resolve it and provide water to our people. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
The Honorable Member for Itej.
Madam Speaker, Minister, just confirm with me if this contractor, was he contracted from the local people or he was engaged by the province or your national office? Because in the testers we are also facing similar challenges with these contractors who were asked to upgrade most of these water points. The works are shoddy and we couldn't know who to talk to because we don't know how they were contracted. Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Water Development and Sanitation.
Madam Speaker, let me reconfirm. I think I will try to say this and assure our members of Parliament. Let me confirm that it's not only Milanzi, Lundazi and Itej. I think there are a few other constituencies where we faced this problem. I want to assure every member of Parliament here that having recognized that there's this problem, having seen this problem, government is doing something about it quickly. It's a reason I issued a stern warning to local contractors, in particular, that even as we carry out our policy for empowering the local contractors, we need them to perform. We need them to perform. Lack of performance will lead to termination and recoveries of any money which government will spend. We are already recovering a lot of money from the local contractors for non-performance. Remember, most of these, when we give these contracts, we also demand bonds, performance bonds. Any advance payment we give them, we also demand advance bonds. So our money is secure. However, moving forward and not to waste time with non-performing contractors, obviously we put them aside and get performing contractors. So I want to assure all members of Parliament who will be negatively affected in this way that government will remedy the situation and our people will have that water. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
The last member, the Honorable Member for Chipiri.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, I want you to make me understand on the bond cashing, because I asked the question to the Minister of Technology. He said we recover the money through cashing the bond. But I want to find out from you, as you are terminating, you have already terminated the contract in Milanzi. I want to find out whether you had given this contractor part payment which surpasses his bond that you are going to cash. If you are going to recover, for example, somebody might have 20,000 kwacha or 30,000 kwacha as his bond, and then you give that person, contractor, 250,000 kwacha, then he fails to perform. How are you going to recover the balance? Because his bond is probably 50,000 kwacha. Can you make me understand how you are going to continue recovering this money from these contractors who are not performing to the expectation of the Zambian people? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Water Development and Sanitation.
Thank you very much for that very, very important question. Again, what happens, or the contractual provisions are such that when government allows you, allows your request for an advance payment. For example, they will say 20% advance payment will be paid to the contractor. The contractor intends, gives us a bond. That's security for the money we are going to pay you. In the event that you don't perform, you don't utilize that advance payment, we will recover, because it will be an insurance bond or a bank bond. So we will encash. Secondly, there is also performance. If you fail to perform on the contract, well, before you sign a contract, you also issue a performance bond. If you fail to perform, we'll cash your bond. Now, when you are given an advance bond, obviously the expectations are that you're on site, you are going to work. And when you start working, you start adding value. You start doing the items in that BOQ. So you start accumulating value. Now, that value you accumulate is what pays off the advance bond. At the time of termination, in fact, after termination, then you sit down with the contractor and do what's called a final account to see who owes who. Remember, who owes who. And then once you finalize these accounts, then obviously the other processes kick in. So be assured in this system that government will not lose any money at all. So government will cash in the advance bond, government will cash in the advance bond, government will make full recoveries. The assurance I've been making to the Honorable Member of Milanzi is that even as these processes are going on, we will start the process of procuring new contracts or new contractors to ensure that they finalize the works. Because the people in Milanzi have nothing to do with the contractor performing or not performing. They just want the water. So the people of Milanzi we will be given the water through the new contracts. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
We don't have a quorum. Can you ring the bells? And where are the whips?
Watching Parliament television, we seem to have the quorum, so as soon as the quorum is constituted, business will resume. And under consideration is question for oral answer. We still expect Mr. Chingamioto, the Member of Parliament for Kalabo constituency, to ask the Minister of Agriculture what the major causes of crop failure in Kalabo district are, and what measures the government is taking to encourage small-scale farmers to grow drought-resistant crops.
And we also still expect Mr. Warren Mwambazi, Bwana Mkubwa, Member of Parliament, to ask question 206, which will be directed to the Minister of Energy. Just now, we cross back to the floor of the House.
Well, okay. We'll make progress. Next question. The Honorable Member for Kalabo Central.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question number 295.
Pardon?
205, thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Honorable Miyutu asks government what the major causes of crop failure in Kalao districts are, and B, what measures the government is taking to encourage small-scale farmers to grow drought-resistant crops. Madam Speaker, our response is as follows. On A, the major causes of crop failure in Kalao district include 1, drought, 2, flash floods, and 3, pest attack. Kalao district is prone to unreliable rainfall at the beginning of the wet season, which affects crop establishment, while dry spells at critical stages of crop development reduce yields. And for B, Madam Speaker, government is taking the following measures to encourage small-scale farmers to grow drought-resistant crops. Number 1, the provision of early maturing seeds under FISIP. 2, encouraging early maize planting in Kalao district. 3, promoting cultivation of drought-tolerant crops such as millet, sorghum, and cassava, as these crops are better adapted to dry conditions. 4, linking small-scale farmers to a credit window to allow them access credit for irrigation. 5, encourage farmers to adapt to climate-smart agricultural practices such as efficient water management, soil conservation, crop diversification, among others. And 6, Madam Speaker, encouraging integrated pest management like hedgerows, intercropping, weeding, and other cultural methods that are beneficial to drought areas. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Supplementary questions. The Honorable Member for Kalabo Central.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, you have given very good answers. These answers, when are they to be applied? Those answers which are supposed to be the activities for the farmers, when do you think part of those answers can be applied. Right now, as I'm speaking to you, those who have grown maize on the upper land are bound to lose out. Honorable Minister, those answers, Madam Speaker, those answers are very good answers. But when are they to be applied? That's my question. So I don't know how we can understand my question.
I think it's clear to the Minister. Honorable Minister of Agriculture.
Madam Speaker, this morning I was speaking to the Senior Crops Officer, Mr. Siakwa Nchimunya of Western Province, and he told me, actually, last week he had meetings with the farmers in these areas. So they are being applied. Information is being exchanged. Madam Speaker, the FISIP arrangement buys seed which is tolerant to these issues as discussed, and these are being given. They have been given in these areas. Madam Speaker, the cultivation of millet, sorghum, and cassava are ongoing in this particular area in Kalau. Actually, the major crops grown in Kalau are rice, millet, sorghum, and cassava. And if you notice, other than maybe the maize and the rice, the others are tolerant crops to drought. So the activities, Honorable Miyutu, are being carried out. The encouragement of farmers to climate smart agriculture are ongoing. These are ongoing. Your farmers actually were being trained on these things, as I said not long ago. Integrated pest management activities, where you are encouraged to have intercropping, where you are encouraged to use cultural methods. There are certain cultural methods where certain plants are allowed to grow because they repel the fall armyworm, they repel the black beetle, which is a problem in those areas, are being encouraged. So these are ongoing activities. However, Madam Speaker, if the Honourable Member feels that certain expected activities are not done, this is where, as MPs, we can inform the Minister of Agriculture so that these activities can take place. Otherwise, they are ongoing. I thank you.
The Honourable Member for Kalawo Central.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The interaction between the skilled technical officers and the farmers is being barred by the number of extension officers. The agricultural camp officers, what measure is the government going to make to improve on the numbers so that that interaction, the awareness is effective? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm extremely delighted with that the Honourable Member has said. It is this House which appropriates funds for employment and for all economic activities. How I would have loved that the Honourable Member and other members here would also indicate that let us employ extension officers. Madam Speaker, I have stood here and said in Israel, there is one extension officer to 50 farmers. I've stood here and said, average in the world is one extension officer to 400 farmers. I have stood here to indicate to this House that in this country, it's one extension officer to 1,500 farmers, and that is an impediment to agriculture. Let us bring these issues at the right time. Talking to me now, when the budget has been passed, is like just pushing me against a rock. Here, we passed that this year we should have teachers and health workers employed. How I wish that the honorable member could have remembered and said, can we add extension officers to the list? Madam Speaker, I thank you.
The honorable member for Chifugu.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving the people of Chifugu an opportunity. Honorable Minister, in your statement and answer to the question, you clearly elaborated that one of the causes of crop failure is drought. And drought seems to be a very big problem in our country, which was even recently declared a disaster by His Excellency the President. What is the policy of government on crop failure? What is the policy of government on crop failure, and what is your ministry doing to assist the farmers who are being affected by this crop failure?
The Honorable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the honorable member for that question. Madam Speaker, indeed, I did indicate that drought is one of the causes of crop failure in Kalau. The policy of government is on irrigation, and it is for this reason that we are encouraging farmers in this country, small-scale farmers, to apply for irrigation facilities. Last week, I did give a ministerial statement, and I indicated that Bank and NatSafe, but NatSafe, I said, please leave it out because they were overwhelmed, have started inviting farmers for irrigation and mechanization purposes. I therefore encourage you, honorable members, that let us go for irrigation, because that's the answer to drought. When it comes to crop failure, you will appreciate that all those areas where there was drought, the government gave an instruction that the farmers in those areas should not be harassed to pay back. Only in areas where there was drought. And again, last week, I gave a very clear statement, because there was a member from an area where the rainfall was okay and was pushing in that direction. And I clearly stated, Madam Speaker, that I will not stand here and encourage colleagues. I'll give an example, like Shiwangando, where the rainfall was good. There's no way we would say don't pay. But colleagues in Monze, where there was obvious failure, it is one of the 84 districts, we are saying they should not be harassed. That is the government guidance. I thank you.
The Honorable Member for Chirubi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving the people of Chirubi the opportunity to ask a question to the Minister. Madam Speaker, under the Minister of Agriculture vote, 2023 and 2024 budgets, there was a program called Comprehensive Agriculture, Sustainable Program, something like that, which the Minister informed this House that it has repressed the FISIP because it's broader. And Madam Speaker, if you check the Yellow Book on the same program, you find that the only improvement that it had done is extension officers and the motorbikes. The extension officers and the motorbikes were heavily funded under that program, if you look at the schedule. Today, the Minister has informed the House and is insinuating that this particular House did not support that particular program. Otherwise, we would have sent them to Kalau. Having said that, Madam Speaker, I would like to find out from the Minister, how many of those who were recruited under that particular vote and the 2024 vote were sent to Kalabo, especially that crop failure was established and the measures that he has talked about are anchored on the extension officer. He talked about the resistant, drought-resistant crops and many other measures, and even educating people, where he mentioned Mr. Nchimunya, who is worst one, and we need extension officers in this program. So maybe may inform this house, we haven't appropriated under budget the vote of 2023 and 2024. How many of those did he send to Kalawo to arrest the situation?
The Honorable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm grateful for the Honorable Member for Chilubi for bringing out the issue of CATSIP and still confuse it seriously with FISIP. May I yet again try to clarify. Madam Speaker, CATSIP, which is the Comprehensive Agricultural Transformation Program, encompasses FISIP. So it cannot replace FISIP. FISIP is a subset of CATSIP. We are improving the FISIP from the DIS, where we were just giving the fertilizer. We are improving it now to the e-voucher, where you as a farmer has a choice to go and collect what you want. It is therefore an improvement on FISIP, but still more, FISIP is just one element of CATSIP. Lately, the Minister of Agriculture is talking about irrigation, seriously, to small-scale farmers. It wasn't there before. Irrigation was the preserve of large farmers. That is what CATSIP is bringing. Mechanization. Here I am answering the honorable member there that encourage your farmers to go and get tractors, etc. It wasn't there. These things were the preserve of large-scale farmers. Now, under CATSIP, we are bringing the small-scale farmer in tune so that we can have small-scale farmers cultivating crop continuously. So, Madam Speaker, I love that question because it allows us at the Ministry of Agriculture to elaborate that CATSIP has not replaced FISIP, but FISIP is improved within the CATSIP program. Having said that, Madam Speaker, the honorable member might be happy to note that due to attrition, maybe death, resignation, etc., we had space for about 300 extension officers to be employed. I wish to confirm that the 300 were employed, but it is still a very small number. However, I have got a little bit of good news in that we have pushed that we should have extension officers. And lately, you will hear that there is this need to bring irrigation and that the irrigation cannot come on its own. We need extension staff to be improved in terms of their approach to work and also to be enhanced. I want to emphasize that. So don't be surprised if we will come with an enhanced request for extension officers, because as you are aware, the drive for irrigation, the drive for mechanization, the drive for technology to be brought into the small-scale farmer has been uplifted. And with that, I am very positive that even extension officers will have room in there. I thank you, Madam.
Thank you. Honorable members, let's not move away from the question which is on the floor of the House, which is just, yes, I've seen you. I'm just giving guide. The question is very simple. What the major causes of crop failure in the Kalabo district are, and what measures the government is taking to encourage small-scale farmers to grow drought-resistant crops. Those are the two questions, very simple and very specific. There is an indication for a point of order. The Honorable Member for Chasefu.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for allowing me to raise this important point of order. As you can hear, that I rarely stand on such issues. Today I'm speaking as a nationalist, Madam Speaker, and my point of order is pursuant to Standing Order 1253, Speaker to decide on cases not provided for. I'll read, Madam Speaker, for the interest of the House. One, where a procedural question arises on a matter that is not expressly provided for by the standing orders or by other orders of the House, the Speaker shall decide the question. Two, that is where my point of order is premised. A decision made in paragraph 1 of this standing order shall be based on the Constitution of Zambia, statute, law, and the usages, precedents, customs, procedures, traditions, and practices of the Parliament of Zambia and other jurisdictions such as Commonwealth. Madam Speaker, I'm raising on this important point of order. Just 2 weeks ago, or some weeks ago, the nation was treated to some news that our head of state was unwell. And minor Soko was closed, all those insinuations, and it brought anxiety, Madam Speaker, to the whole nation, especially to some of us. Why? Because of the president being a leader of this nation. The health of the president and any eminent leader of this country is a concern to the Zambian people. Madam Speaker, when I walk around, people are asking me as to what is happening because they love their leaders. One case example is our former leader for FDD, Madam Edith Nawakwi. Also, the former president, our only surviving former president, Dr. Lungu. His health is a concern to the nation. When we are moving around, people are asking us, and we have no answers, and it's not provided for. Is the Minister of Health or the leader of government of business in the House in order to keep quiet and not inform the nation of this House on the status of our beloved eminent leaders whom we so loved as to what is happening to their health, so that the Zambian people can have their hearts settled? I beg your ruling to ask whether the leader of government business in this House is in order to keep quiet and not inform us. We would like to know. I beg your ruling, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. How I wished this matter was brought when we are looking at urgent matters without notice. But since you've said I can use my discretion, and this matter to me is of national interest, especially issues to do with our former president, and indeed the former leader for FDD. The Honorable Minister of Health should come to the House tomorrow. I'm sure, just like what the Honorable Member for Chasef mentioned, he is saying people are asking him, and we are seeing posts on media. I don't know, Your Honor, I wanted to say something. Thursday. Hello, is you're saying it's agent? Thursday? Okay. Order, Honorable Member for Nkana. Since this is a matter of national interest, Order, honorable members. The Honorable Minister of Health, since he has to gather information and whatever is brought to the House should be factual, the Honorable Minister of Health should come to the House just to inform the country at large what is happening to our former leader for FDG and also our former president, the former president of the Republic of Zambia, on Thursday this week. Thank you. We make progress. I will allow 3 more members because we've dealt a lot on this question, but please be mindful of the question that is on the floor of the House. Let's not generate new questions. The Honorable Member for Kanchivia.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, good afternoon. The people of Kalabo speaking about crop failure. One of the interventions, Honorable Minister, I thought would come out from the response on the side of government would be to make soil testing compulsory, as it is a critical reason why we experience low productivity under crop failure. It's easy to prescribe drought-resistant crops, but it's also another thing to say that even the drought-resistant crops can have crop failure. So why isn't government making soil testing compulsory, as in the case of Kalabo? And I think other parts of Zambia could learn from that. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Agriculture.
Madam Speaker, I thank the Honourable Member and appreciate his concern. He will be happy to note that the Minister of Agriculture, in collaboration with cooperating partners, is actually undertaking a nationwide soil testing exercise. But I've taken note of what you said. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Mukushi South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise on a very serious point of order, pursuant to 71. The Honourable Minister is speaking very good English. But, Madam Speaker, you recall that FISIP and e-voucher was introduced long time before this UPND government came into power. And the provision of the e-voucher, when it was introduced, it was meant that a farmer was to make a decision of whether to buy farm implements or to buy reason why e-voucher, whether to buy medicines for animals. That is the more reason why e-voucher was introduced. It was to give, and therefore e-voucher was running dual with the FISIP. Is the minister in order to say that that program has been introduced by this outgoing government next year, UPND? When he knows that they found this process as when they took over. I seek your serious ruling, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Mukushi South, when you are raising a point of order, you're supposed to be very specific. And it's not encouraging also to be raising points of order on the response by the minister when he's still on the floor. There is time there, you should have just asked a follow-up question. So the Honourable Minister will take that matter as he's responding to the Honourable Member for Shiwangandu. Did somebody ask a question?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to first acknowledge the statement from the Honourable Minister when he says that Shiwangandu has received reasonable rainfall this season. I can confirm, and how I wish that the assurances the Honorable Minister gives on the floor here were practical. Because if they were practical, we could have recorded some bumper harvest this year. But farmers, as usual, have had to share fertilizers, some in medals.
What is your question, Honorable Member? Because we are looking at Kalabo Central.
Yes, Madam, because
What
in his
are the
response,
major causes
in his response
of
he cited Shuangan, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Honorable Minister, in responding to my colleague from Kalabo, was saying, here we appropriate funds for government expenditure. And again, I agree. But he knows that here we deal with budget estimates which are proposed by the executive. And we expect him to come here with proposals of how much he wants to spend in order for him to recruit extension officers for us to approve. Because it's not our duty. Honorable Minister, the Honorable MP for Karabo has seen interventions such as cashew nuts being introduced because of the way the area and the soil texture is. How much are you doing to scale up crops such as cashew nuts? And how many extension officers are you going to recruit specifically to ensure that that drought-prone area has got these crops that will be able to make our farmers productive? Practical measures. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, you encouraged me to deal with the Honorable Member from Kushi South, who alleges that the e-voucher was introduced by the previous government, the PF. I wish to indicate, Madam Speaker, that it would be very helpful for the Honorable Member to do a little bit of research before he stands and makes allegations like that. Madam Speaker, FISIP is actually just an improvement of what the cooperatives were doing in this country, and there was a program, for your information, Honorable Member, called FIPS. Straightforward, fertilizer, implements, pesticides, and seed. You only change the S and the P and code it FISIP. Now, be very careful when you are talking to people who are managing ministries like myself. I want to educate him, Madam Speaker, that these programs started under UNIP. There was FIPS, fertilizer, implements, pesticide, and seed. We changed the S and P and call it FISIP and think that it's a new program. No, this thing started way ago when we had serious people thinking about productivity in the agricultural sector, and that's why we used to have bumper harvest. Having said that, I still want to encourage people, especially members of Parliament, to understand that FISIP is part of CATSIP. It cannot substitute the other one. I mean, I was just explaining a few minutes ago. Please, Madam Speaker, let the honorable members who have a problem in understanding this approach the ministry so that we can share knowledge. Having said that, I wish to move to the issues of productivity. You guided, Madam Speaker, that this question is straightforward. What are the major causes and of crop failure, and what the government is doing? I read out 6 items, which I can repeat, and that's what the government is doing. The honorable member of Shuangando is talking about a bumper harvest. Madam Speaker, who didn't know that southern, eastern, parts of northwestern, parts of Lusaka, parts of Copper Belt suffered serious drought? The 4 or so districts, provinces, could not have themselves produced a harvest which would call bumper. Let me remind the honorable member that we have planted And for us, when we look at the focus, we're expecting a good crop. Maybe we should talk about these things after the harvest. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Next question, the Honorable Member for Bwana Mkubwa.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for allowing the people of Bwana Mkubwa to ask a question. Madam Speaker, question number 206.
The Honorable Minister of Energy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Member of Parliament for Bwana Mkubwa is asking the Minister of Energy a question in three parts. A, when the government will electrify the following areas in Bwana Mkubwa parliamentary constituency: Kavu, Mitalula, Kamwamfwesa, Kwamsonda, Kwa Hope. And B, what the estimated cost of the project is. And in C, what the estimated time frame for the completion of the project. Madam Speaker, the government has no immediate plans to electrify the following areas in Bwana Mkubwa parliamentary constituency. However, I must state that the Rural Electrification Authority has been having discussion with Ndola City Council on the possibility of electrifying the areas using Constituency Development Fund. In B, the estimated cost of the project will be determined once the discussions are concluded and the feasibility studies are done. The estimated time frame for the completion will be determined once the scope of works are determined. I thank you.
Supplementary questions. The Honorable Member for Bwana Mkubwa.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Minister of Energy. It's unfortunate that there are no immediate plans to electrify those aforesaid areas in Bwana Mkubwa constituency. However, Minister, I wanted to find out, I think I did ask this earlier question concerning RIA as well as Ministry of Local Government, and if perhaps your ministry and Ministry of Local Government are collaborating to ensure that they help us with estimated costs of some of these aforesaid areas, because yes, we've done the contribution, but we have not seen any traction, as it were, and money is lying idle in either in the Ministry of Local Government or the local authorities, as it were. So what are the immediate plans to ensure that there is that collaboration and give us a cost? Then we see if we can do it under CDF. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Energy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Member. Indeed, there are some contributions that have been made from CDF funds towards electrification. And Madam Speaker, discussions are ongoing to find what are the possible ways of releasing those contributions to give opportunities to these constituency committees to make decisions on the usage of that money. And also, Honorable Member, you may wish to note that we are ready to assist to give some technical support to the Constituency Development Fund Committee to help them understand what cost could be to electrify these places that you have proposed. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Member for Bahati.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. And Minister, thank you for your statement. Minister, earlier in the afternoon, you mentioned that you are diversifying the energy mix from the traditional hydroelectric supply to now solar and wind And I should appeal to you that actually we should focus more on wind energy. Because, Madam Speaker, we've got significant potential for wind energy in the country, especially considering our geolocation and the high-speed winds that we do receive as a country. Now, Minister, what would be cheaper for you to electrify these areas in Bwanamkubwa? To connect the aforesaid villages, or is it compounds, to the grid, or to construct a mean solar grid? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Energy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And thank you, Honorable Member. Indeed, that's why I've said collaboration and discussions are ongoing. We are looking at how we can facilitate programs that will drive the resources that we have contributed from CDF towards solar energy. And this must be put in mind, Madam Speaker, that the programs are driven also by the CDF committees. All we are going to do is just to help the constituencies and give them estimates or the cost of putting up a solar plant. Now, in terms of which one is cheaper, actually solar energy is cheaper compared to put up a hydro generation power. So I want to say that we'll keep on helping our constituencies to understand what type of energy they can put in their constituencies. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Member for Bwanamkubwa.
Thank you, Honorable Minister of Energy, for the answers you're providing. Perhaps I just want to understand when or estimated lead time, because if you look at contributions were done between 2022 and 2023, and now we're in 2025, going towards 2026, so that we are able to ascertain, to see to it that yes, there's a roadmap, and by such a time, probably we'll have some of these estimated costs. You can imagine also the devaluation of the money, or whatever money we've kept from 2022, now this is 2025. What we were supposed to do with $1 million kwacha, there is escalation of cost. So when likely, what assurance are you giving the people of Kamafwesa, the people of Kav, the people of Mitalula that yes, we are going to give you this timeline to ensure, it might not be precise, but a timeline to which we'll have these costs, and then we can try and also maybe do some variation to ensure that the much needed programs or projects are done through RIA. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Energy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Member. Indeed, there's need to expedite this program so that we are able to respond to the challenges that we are facing in our constituencies, especially with the funds that are just lying. I want just to state to the Honorable Member, I will not be in the position to give a specific period because our experts are doing the weights to find how we are going to guide over the usage of this money in collaboration with the Ministry of Local Government. I thank you.
The Honorable Member from Mfulira.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, these areas are actually peri-urban areas of Bwanamkubwa, which qualify within the realm and scope of RIA. And I believe that when all of us, 156 constituencies, were directed to reserve 1 million kwacha from CDF, it was envisioned that areas like these ones in Bwanamkubwa by now would have benefited from that 1 million that the constituency contributed. But it appears RIA was not, and even now is not even ready to use that money. They have no roadmap, as you have actually stated, that you are unable to give us a roadmap of how that 1 million, which even us in Mufrira contributed. Why is it that they rushed to direct that we reserve that money instead of using it on other equally important projects within constituencies? Why did they rush to ask us to reserve that money when there's no roadmap and they are ready and they continue to hold on to that money, which constituents need for other projects as well. I submit, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Energy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Member. Indeed, the initiative which led for us to say from the Constituency Development Fund there must be contribution towards electrifying our constituents. The money which was designed was meant for technical support, not to execute the projects, because the 1 million that we have been contributing cannot do any project. However, we have sat with the experts to find means and ways, probably as we are driving the agenda of, trying to explore other means of energy sources. We feel that the same money can be used in solar or rooftop solar system. These are the things which are being discussed. And indeed, Bwana Mkubwa doesn't qualify as a rural. Hence, it was not even in the master plan for rural electrification. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Member for Kanchivia.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. The Honorable Minister, thank you so much for your responses. Suffice to say that I want to make judicial notice that I was born in Bwana Mkubwa constituency, and Bwana Mkubwa constituency is peri-urban, Honorable Minister. I want to just find out how RIA advises Ndola City Council to consider CDF even before a feasibility study could be done to understand the cost involved in bringing electricity to the areas Honorable Member for Bwana Mkubwa has raised. How did they prescribe that Ndola City Council should consider using CDF to bring electricity to these areas, even without understanding the cost, or without understanding how much it would cost to bring electricity to the areas identified in the question by the Honorable Member? I thank you, Honorable Minister.
The Honorable Minister of Energy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Member. Indeed, the reason why to engage Ndola City Council is very simple, because we, as Ministry of Energy, we are looking at other alternative sources of energy. And we felt that since Bwana Mkubwa does not qualify as rural, we engaged the city to start exploring the possibility of trying to influence the council to start thinking of bringing rooftop solar. Because that's the only way, because our vision is to make sure that our people who are facing these challenges of power can be, it can be addressed. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Member for Chirubi.
Madam Speaker, the people of Chirubi would like to indicate that they are a bit shocked and confused. Madam Speaker, the Minister said that the Bwana Mkubwa projects cannot due to lack of funds, if I got it. Later on, Madam Speaker, the Minister said that the 156 million that we contribute 2023 are meant for technical, and it can't do anything. Madam Speaker, if you watch the budget from 2022, 23 to area, and from there increasing. The people of Chirubi are shocked in that we also category if the money appropriate that they do not have reflect on. So the people of Chile want to read clarification from the minister.
The Honorable Minister of Energy.
Thank you very much. First of all, the honorable member is confused and they even failed to pose a question. But however, Madam Speaker, the issue here is that the money which was, designed to be contributed from CDF, it was meant for technical support. And secondly, Madam Speaker, this money is not sitting with RIA. People should get it clear. It's not sitting with RIA. It is still sitting with the local government. And also, Madam Speaker, this money still requires us to follow the CDF guidelines. So, RIA is coming in to give the support that you require in terms of electrifying our constituencies. This is what takes place. So in terms of the money is not sitting with RIA. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I'll take the last member, the Honorable Member for Bwana Mkubwa. We are moving away from the question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Minister of Energy. Minister of Energy, now the people of Bwana are at sea, because we are trying now to understand. You've earlier alluded to the fact that you don't have immediate plans as Minister of Energy to extend your grid to the aforesaid areas, and then also we do not qualify under RIA as Bwana, and yet we contributed 1 million for technical support. What hope are you giving the people of Bwana? Because we are not going to get RIA, we are not going to be given something under the Ministry of Energy. So where are we at? So what hope are you giving the people of Bwana, especially for the aforesaid areas, as it were, or are we going to get a refund, as it were? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Before the Minister comes in, there's an indication for a point of order. The Honorable Member for Shiwangandu.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, my point of order is in pursuant to Standing Order 71, 1B. Madam Speaker, my honorable colleagues here will agree that we had a workshop with RIA in the amphitheater prior to the decision for deducting the 1,600,000. All members have been waiting, Madam Speaker, because the money was already deducted at source. And now the Honorable Minister is telling us that that money was for technical services, which we never discussed in the amphitheater. Is in order, Madam Speaker, to now get all of us here to be at sea like my honorable colleague for Bwana Mkubwa. Because this money we have been waiting, I think this is the third year, to try and see how we can implement some of the connectivity programs in our constituencies. You see, the honorable minister in order now to start saying the money is not with him, the money is with local government, and that it was meant for technical services which he can't elaborate. Is in order, Madam Speaker, because we want to settle. If that money can't be used, please, let's have it so that we can apply it, because there are so many need areas in the constituencies, and honorable members will be very happy to call it back, because we don't seem to be having any concrete program from the honorable Minister of Energy. I seek your serious guidance, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Of course, it came from a question that was very straightforward from the honorable member for Bwana Mkubwa. But a good number of you, MPs, questioned about the contribution of the 1 million towards the same project of electrification. Maybe the Honorable Minister could come to the House just to update the member, because we are not in that workshop. We don't know what transpired. Maybe it would be better for the Honorable Minister to come and maybe update the House where we are with that contribution of 1 million kwacha from his constituency. It's like the honorable members, they are not sure who was included, what it is for, the technical service issues, what are they? So the honorable member, please can you schedule that ministerial statement so that you can come and update the House about the 1 million kwacha. The Honorable Minister of Energy, you can respond to the last question by the Honorable Member for Bwana Mkubwa.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Member. The hope for people of Bwana Mkubwa is that our experts are in local government to see how we are going to address these areas that you have stated which are not connected to solar, to national grid. And we wait, as soon as the works are concluded, we'll be able to give the right feedback to the people of Bwana Mkubwa. The hope is that before 2030, our people have got access to electricity. I thank you.
The clerk will now read the order of the day.
Question for oral answer, understanding order 80. Question 190 of 14th February 2005. Resumption of consideration of question.
When business was interrupted on Friday, 14th February 2025, the House considered question number 190 asked by the Honorable Member for Kasama Central, and the Honorable Minister of Green Economy and Environment was about to respond to the supplementary question asked by the Honorable Member for Shiwangandu. May the Honorable Minister continue. Have we forgotten? It seems the Minister is not around. Could the Honorable Member for Shiwangandu repeat your question?
With pleasure, Madam Speaker. Although the government is sleeping on duty.
No.
Your
Can you withdraw, Honorable
It's
Member?
withdrawn, Madam Speaker.
Thank you.
It's withdrawn. Your Honor, the Vice President, the question I posed to the Honorable Minister responsible for energy was to the effect that the issue of charcoal burning legal charcoal burning versus illegal charcoal burning, but it has just been the same historically. And the reason has been the limited sources of energy. And I was asking the Minister what practical measures he was putting in place in order to provide affordable alternative energy sources. Because now with the road shading, which is now stressing our people, everybody, including those in the road-based areas, are depending on charcoal. So I was asking the Honorable Minister on the measures, practical measures that were being put in place in order to address our forest sustainability on one hand, and also deal with the practical need to provide our people with alternative sources of energy other than charcoal. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Her Honor, the Vice President.
You'll be on punishment. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank the Honourable Member for Shuangandu for that follow-up question. It is a very important question because indeed as government, and I believe everybody who is concerned with the climate issues, climate change, should agree that there is need to reduce on the cutting down of trees in order to produce charcoal. Government is aware that it is not an easy thing to fully implement the charcoal use unless probably if you go to Mtendere market, you will see that this government is promoting using coal bricks. We are moving that way so that we can use coal to give alternative source of energy, particularly to low incomes. We are aware that even if electricity was there 24/7, a lot of people may not manage to use that. That's why we are looking at alternatives. There are other innovations that government is following through to be able to produce or to provide alternative sources of energy, particularly for cooking and sometimes for producing warmth during cold seasons. So government is working on that seriously. In fact, there are government arrangements of some companies that are working on such. We see how we popularize. That includes not just the coal bricks. It also includes providing the new type of brazier, something that they use to be able to use this new type of, not charcoal, coal. Thank
you. The last member, the Honourable Member for Mukushi South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Your Honourable Vice President, you have indicated that it is not possible that we can completely stop charcoal burning because we have not found an alternative energy sources to all in this country. But I see your President where we've seen some of the people having their charcoal being confiscated. Some have been banned. We have banned the charcoal burning. What exactly is the position of the government? And what, besides that, what are the laws guiding on the burning? Can you be categorical, Your Honor, the Vice President? Yes, I think.
Unfortunately, it's one question per member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Honourable Member who wants me to be very categorical when his question is also not very categorical. I will try to respond to that. I don't think I would say it's possible. It's a task, but it will be done progressively. Now, when you talk of what is the situation now, the situation is that there are laws that pertain to the burning of charcoal or to charcoal burning. And therefore, when you are arrested, they are arrested within the laws that are operating today. Charcoal burning is not free for everybody. Cut trees anywhere. There are department, the forestry department that oversees or the burning in the country. So indeed, some people will be arrested breaking the laws as they exist. Banning charcoal is another step that we are following to try and preserve our environment. that charcoal is not allowed anyhow. There are laws guiding the burning of charcoal. That is the issue today. So they will be arrested if they break the laws. Thank
you. Vice President.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the House do now.
Any
Good evening. Thank you so much. Parliamentary television and business. The House has adjourned as well. Business resumes tomorrow at 14:30 hours. 10 which was called sit floor over the House today.
When business resumed, Madam Speaker did make an announcement in which she announced that the Honourable Minister of Education was supposed to present a ministerial statement curriculum today, Tuesday, 2025. However, due to unforeseen circumstances, the statement will be presented on Thursday.
In the same vein, Madam Speaker did inform the House that the Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs and the suspension of the U.S. government through the U.S. Executive have indicated that they are still carrying out their consultations on the matter and will revert to the House in due course once the consultations are completed.
The Minister which has been a reduction in power generation due to effects of the drought that the country faced during the 2023-2024 rain season.
It has stated that the small and medium enterprises involved in activities such as restaurants and other macro businesses were the most affected during the period.
He went on to state that the electricity is put it into tight contractual obligations. ZESCO began to gradually reduce electricity export from 520 megawatts to 150 megawatts as of February 2025.
The minister further added that the country has seen some significant downpour of rain from late December 2024 to date, while this is the impact of power generation. The minister did add that government will be able to significant impact in water reservoirs in the next 2 to 3 months.
Exactly, Joe. And the minister further went on to state that the Energy Regulation Board on 10th October 2024 approved the ZESCO Limited's application for an emergency tariff adjustment. He stated that the utility anticipated to raise a total of 15 million United States dollars and monthly to support importation of power to cushion the power deficit. He did state that the emergency tariff was premised on ZESCO Limited providing its customers a minimum of 7 hours of power. This emergency tariff was further extended for 3 months, effective 1st February 2025 to 30th April 2025, owing to the growing power deficit.
And of course, the minister stated that the government remains accountable to the people of Zambia and is prudent in managing resources, contrary to the assertions raised by a Member of Parliament for Nakonde constituency, Mr. Lucas Mumba, that the collection from electricity tariffs have been mismanaged.
And he did state that despite the increase in electricity tariffs, ZESCO was unable to raise the targeted revenue of 15 million United States dollars monthly, and instead ZESCO only managed to raise 2.4 million United States dollars and 7.6 million United States dollars in November and December 2024 respectively. He did go on to outline the measures that the government is pursuing in the short term, medium.
And some of the measures does include the continuation with the power importation from the Southern Africa Power Pool SAP market, and also implementation of the net metering policy.
And so those are just some of the measures that the minister did mention, and that those are just basically some of the details that came from the ministerial statement that the Minister of Energy rendered. Joe, there was another ministerial statement that was rendered by the Minister of Water Development and Sanitation, that's Honorable Engineer Collins Nzovu, Member of Parliament, and this was an update on the pollution of water bodies caused by illegal mining activities in the country.
Yes, indeed, and the minister did start by saying that in the recent past, the country has seen a rise in illegal mining activities in mineral-rich parts of the country. He did say that unfortunately these illegal mining activities have the potential to have negative impacts on the resources. He said that this is a major concern, particularly in the following provinces, which includes Northwestern, Copperbelt, Luapula, and Central provinces.
The minister did state that contaminated waste from these illegal mining-related activities is often discharged directly into water bodies, compromising the sources of water supply locally as well as causing environmental degradation.
He stated that Section 47.2 of the Water Resources Management Act, WRM number 21 over 2011, has mandated the Water Resources Management Authority, WAMA, to monitor the resource quality and control the pollution of any water source.
And he did go on to state on the other provinces that are affected by this water pollution. He did state that Northwestern Province, Muchinga Province, Copperbelt, and Central Province are affected.
And the minister did indicate that WAMA has managed to stop mining houses which have polluted water bodies and has penalized some of these illegal miners. He further added that his ministry through WAMA has continued to conduct compliance and enforcement inspections even to illegally registered and licensed mines, because there is a challenge of water pollution even by these formally and legally registered mines.
He went on to state some of the measures that have been undertaken by the ministry. He did state that the ministry has embarked on the review of the legal framework that governs the country, the Water Resources Management Act number 21 of 2011.
He added that WAMA has been mapping and delineating water resources areas, including hotspots, areas which with a high risk of pollution from illegal mining activities in the country.
And so that came from the Ministry of Water Development and Sanitation. Thereafter, the House went on to consider questions for oral answer under Standing Order 80 and question 200. The member standing in his place withdrew the question.
And also question 201, the member standing in his place did ask leave for the House in order for the question to be withdrawn, and leave was granted.
Exactly, Joe. And we take a look at just some of the questions that were responded to, Joe.
Yes, so Dr. Clement Andeleki is Katombora constituency member of Parliament. He did pose a question to the Minister of Science and Technology and Science. He wanted to find out when the construction of communication towers in Katombora Parliamentary constituency will commence, and what the cause of the delay in commencing the project is, and the estimated cost of the project. So the minister did say that government has constructed, will construct rather 2 communication towers in Katombora constituency. And on the cause of the delay in commencing the project, the minister attributed this due to the resistance from the communities. On the estimated cost of the project, the minister did say that 32 million kwacha, 32 million United States dollars is earmarked towards this project.
And we also had question 205, which came from Mr. Chinga Miyutu, who is Kalabo Central Member of Parliament. He did ask the Minister of Agriculture in what the major causes of crop failure in Kalabo district are, and the Minister did respond that the major causes of crop failure are due to drought, flash floods, and pest attack. And in B, what measures the government is taking to encourage small-scale farmers to grow drought-resistant crops. The Minister did respond that they do encourage the provision of early maturing crops, and they encourage farmers to plant early maturing maize and also drought-tolerant crops. And after the consideration of these questions, we did see resumption consideration of question 190. This is question for oral answer under Standing Order 80, a question of 14th February 2025, and we did see Her Honor the Vice President respond to the last 2 follow-up questions that the members of Parliament were accorded. Joel, that's the business we had today.
Yes, indeed. So that was the business which was considered on the floor of the House today. And on behalf of my co-presenters, and of course not forgetting our 2 sign language interpreters, Chola Kaoma and Jason Manda, and everyone in the control room who was making sure that you are able to follow the proceedings right here on Parliamentary Television. I am Joe Akatama. Have a pleasant evening.
Parliament TV, bringing Parliament closer to you.